the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Join us on the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Join us on the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. us on the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Join us on the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Join us on the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Join us on the 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. 21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom.
Wait. Yes, now.
21st of August 2021 as we celebrate the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom.
William, what you pray? Stay.
Smile for the living, get what you need and give what you're given. Life's for the living, so live it, or you're better off dead. While the evening pulled the moon out of its packet, stars shone like buttons on an old man's jacket. We needed a nail, but we tacked it till it fell off the wall. While pigeons pegged trains, sparks flew like planes. The rain showed the rainbows in the oil stains. And we all had new iPhones, but no one had no one to call. And I stumbled down to the stomach of the town, where the widow takes memories to slowly drown. With a hand to the sky and a mist in her eyes, she said, don't you cry for the lost, smile for the living, get what you need.
really happy. And Shekiri, they are synonymous with kingdom. So anytime any Shekiri man found a kingdom to be in place, every Shekiri man, both child, old and young, they are always excited. So the role of the youth is what you are saying. You will see some of them watching, clearing, some of them, they are maintaining, moving, in charge of security, so that they will be wild. See that there is peace.
3 lunar months seclusion, prior to the coronation, he completed it. It was not just like we have our mobile at Idanike, he has not come out to be crowned. He completed it now in preparation to be crowned as the Olu of Warri. He passed on. He passed on. It was at that stage when he passed on, that is, when Ejo passed on, that Iye, the elder sister, because Iye was very flamboyant, very rich, she was a fighter in her own right, and she's somebody you can look up to for safety at any given time. So Iye look at it. My younger brother, Omateye, who will have succeeded his father, passed on. My other younger brother, who will have also become the king, who had done all these ceremonies and has completed everything, will have been crowned, also passed on. The next person in line that will have succeeded him, that will have succeeded Ejo, was Orishemone. Right. That was the most senior son that was next to Ejo. Orishemone will have been crowned. Automatically, Iye refused. He said, no, it will not happen. We must find out what led to the death of my brother. It was in the course and process of finding out what led to the cause and all those sort of things that in those days they have slaves and warlords among them and all sort of things. They all let loose. You understand? They got let loose, and there was riot in the whole place. Right here in Odishekiri where we speak. What I'm talking about now took place right here in Odishekiri. In that year, 1848. Everybody, they started fighting, killing, destroying, damaging things, and everybody started running, including Orishemone himself, who will have taken over. Also took to his heels to save his life. All the princes, the princesses, they all scattered. It was at that stage, Iye now said, she, even though as a woman, she will want to also become the king. Because as far as she was concerned, she had no confidence in any other person coming to take the throne, that she will take over the throne. She attempted, but for certain reasons, she failed. She couldn't get it, for certain reasons, which I should not go into. She couldn't get it. However, she now took up the mantle of leadership of becoming the first Ishekiri female administrator between that year 1848 to the year 1851, where the colonial masters eventually appointed the first governor in person of Diare to be the first governor of Warri.
Now,
the oil.
Even though she did not become the Olu of Warri,
yes,
Iye performed, as it were, as though she was the Olu of Warri.
Of course,
throughout the time.
Of course.
And history says,
as the administration, she took over the administration of the Ishekiri, and that is why up to today we describe her as the first Ishekiri female politician, first Ishekiri female aristocrat. There is no other woman that had done that. We have people like Princess Igba. Princess Igba was a merchant. Princess Igba was a merchant. She was known for her trade and all that. Very prominent, straightforward woman. You understand? But Iye, in her own time, was political, and she doesn't brook nonsense from anybody, but she stands for the truth, stands for what is right, and want to see it done.
Oh,
That's Iye.
fascinating.
Oh yes.
Absolutely fascinating. Now, what I also find quite fascinating is the relationship of the Warri kingdom with the Portuguese in the course of time. I also understand that at a certain point in time, Olus started to go by the title Dom, apparently taken from the Portuguese language. And there is also the information that some of the Olus schooled in Portugal, some even married a Portuguese lady. So I'm eager to know what has happened to that relationship between Warri Kingdom and Portugal in this day and age.
Well, that is Warri Kingdom for you. The Portuguese existed even in Warri with the beginning of the kingdom, trading with them. Even they have trade that is, even though you will now see that even the ever first church, when you say Catholic Church, that was sited in Africa is here at Odeshekiri. All those are the relationship. Even we have the king like Atuashe the First. Atuashe the First has a relationship with the Portuguese, even with the Europe. So you will see most of the kingdom, most of the activities, even though our language that you are seeing in Chekiri, that we are speaking, most of them they are co-opted with the Portuguese language. Like for instance, if you say, like we call Obriki, it's breaking like a lot of things, like window, Ajijalala, all those things. We have similar names that because of the relationship with the Portuguese, Chekiri live as if we are one of them. Intermarriage, we see most of our Chekiri, most of our citizens here, they bear Portuguese name. We have a lot of them. So we have good relationship because from the beginning in Africa, Chekiri is the first that have relationship with the white, with the Western world. That is what you are saying.
All right, but apparently over time, we have not seen instances where there has been another Olu marrying a Portuguese, another Portuguese, or maybe the teaching and learning of the Portuguese language in Warri Kingdom. I'm just wondering though.
A relationship has been established already. So marrying again or remarrying again is not the issue. The relationship between the Chekiri and the Western world has been established. So that is all.
Great. So, going forward after today, tomorrow will come, the youths of the kingdom, they have high hopes, they have aspirations, and from the way they are speaking, they are quite confident that there's going to be the dawn of a better day ahead. And of course, they are only just waiting for it to happen in the course of time. But what I cannot fail to mention here also is the relationship between the Warri Kingdom and the Benin Kingdom, for instance. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the relationship between Warri Kingdom and Benin Kingdom has always been very cordial, very smooth, and very friendly. And it is still so, even up till now. Not minding some few skirmishes we have experienced of late. The tongue and the teeth do quarrel. Any two people that stay together must always have issues at one time or the other. What matters is how they were able to overcome their differences. And this is exactly what has been existing between the Chekiri and Benin. There have always been issues, but we have always overcome those issues. And successfully too. That brings us friendly. For instance, during the preparation for this particular coronation, a delegation was sent to the Oba of Benin to personally inform him about the upcoming coronation. If there wasn't any cordiality, will that happen? That won't happen.
That's right.
That tells you that there is strong relationship, effective cordiality between the Chekiri and the Benin, not minding whatever happens anywhere, anytime of late. I'm talking about Portuguese.
Would you say fraternal? Because sitting down, listening to the processes of the coronation and how it is done, I can't ignore the similarity between what happens in coronation in Benin also and what goes on here.
You see, Ginua came from Benin. That's the first king that we call Ginua the first today. He came from Benin in 1480. And he was the crown prince at the time he left. And when he came in here and became the king, Ginua automatically was doing things in relationship and in accordance with what happens in Benin. And decides that what happens here in Warri should be something that has some similarity with what happens in Benin. I will give you a typical example. Here in Warri, there is a ceremony we call the Awewe Festival. Right? In Benin, that is Igwe Festival. What is the similarity? The similarity is the plant, the leaf, which they use in Benin that is also used in Warri Kingdom. You understand? It is the leaf. And what is this leaf? That's what you call the ewe leaf.
Ewe leaf, yeah.
In Benin. And we call it Iwiawere. They call it Ebeawe in Benin.
That's right.
You know it very well. You are a Benin man, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
Now, incidentally, unknown to most people, the word worry today is a derivation from the word Iwere. And the word Iwere is a derivation from the word Ewe. I can tell you authoritatively that this was a research I personally went into in the year 1981. During the period of our father Ogiame Erejua II. As a matter of fact, our father Erejua II, I met him one-on-one and said, I want to know the meaning of the word, our name, Iwere. And he laughed and said, I will send you to where you will find out. And I said, where are you sending me to? He said, I'm sending you to Benin. Incidentally, I live in Benin. I worked in Benin. I was a broadcaster then in Radio Bendel. Yeah. He sent me to Benin and said, I will talk to my brother that you are coming. And who is that? His brother? Oba Erediawa at that time. Yeah. You know, it was landline. At the time I got to Benin, when he said I should go, he had already discussed with him and said, my son is coming. I met Baba Erediawa, who sent me to one Baba called Omorodion at Upper Siloko. And one of his chiefs, and somebody, they took me down. With a friend of mine, with me in broadcasting at that time. We went, and this Omorodion told me the story of Ewe, Oyoyo, Anubi, and how the Ewe leaf came about, how the Ewe leaf saved Oba Eware the Great. Oba Eware the Great. You understand? Which is the first, Oba Eware the first now. How he saved him, and how Oba Eware decreed that from that time onward, that Ewe leaf should be celebrated, which is what they celebrate as Igwe Festival today. I was told all those stories and all that. And he now said that very word Ewe is what the Shekiri called Iwere today. How did it come to become Iwere, as it were? It was Ijijen. After the passing of Ginua at Ijala, the son Ijijen now took over the mantle of leadership and came to Big Warri here through the diviners' instrumentality. They came here as they were being entertained, being received by the man called Ishekiri, whose full name is Ishekiri, but shortened to Ishekiri. In the course of welcoming him, welcoming Ijije, Ijije cited this Ewe leaf on this very land we are now. This was Ishekiri. Yeah. He cited it and drew the attention of Ishekiri, who do not know at that time. He didn't know about the Ewe leaf. They were not celebrating it. They were not using it for anything. They just look at it as any other leaf all over the place. When he drew his attention to it, that this Ewe leaf, he said, that's right. He now told him the significance and importance and relevance of it from where he was coming from, which is Benin. It was from that time onward that Ishekiri now said, so we are on Ewe land. And Ewe, we know, means peace, progress, and good luck, and all that. Yeah. Eventually, the Ewe leaf became the word Iwere, because they couldn't pronounce Ewe as it is. They pronounce it Iwere. When you look at the spelling, it's similar. It's very similar. And all that. The pronunciation is similar and all that. So having said this, Ewe land, Ishekiri Ijije himself, in appreciation of Ishekiri, that's why you receive me with your people with open hands, and you say we are going to rule over you and all that. The language you speak that we meet, we shall speak it along with you. And that language from today becomes Ishekiri. This is how the language is called Ishekiri. And the land is called Iwere. So we are people of Iwere land that speaks the Ishekiri language.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yes, the pictures are still coming through. The area view of Odi Shekiri. And of course you can see people coming in droves. And it's been like this since yesterday. Yeah. Even in the rains yesterday evening, the downpour was quite heavy. People were still coming through to this land.
One thing you must understand is that, like I said initially, that the Shekiri people are unique people. We are in minority, but in terms of knowledge, in terms of intelligence, I will not say that we're a minority, because these have been proven over time. Over time, both at the national, both at the state and local. The Shekiri people are very enthusiastic people. Whether, even if it, as we are today, if it has been raining, you will still see the same picture you are seeing. Yeah. People moving in droves. You will see them enthusiastically dancing inside the rain. Dancing inside the rain, because they are doing what? Honoring their king. Because they value their king. After their king, it is God. That's the Shekiri man. Just like the Benin. Yeah. After the Oba, is God. They reverence God. Then the next person they reverence on earth is their Oba. It's the same thing with the Shekiri.
They're actually called God King.
God King. It's the same way we reverence our king. After God, the next person is our Olu. There is nothing. That is why an Ishekiri man is ready to die for the sake of his Olu, for what? For any reason. And that's the point.
It's quite obvious that, just seeing the pictures, streaming through today. And of course, we also know that the coronation, the coronation itself,
yes,
there is actually a hall for it. The Ishekiri here.
Yes.
It's not done in the palace. from what I learned.
Yes.
It has to be done in a hall designated for it. Why is that so?
Well, it is not, we do not have a standard hall, you know, because of what we suffered for 88 years during the interregnum.
Yeah.
There wasn't any standard hall that we have put in place to say this is where we will be doing things like this. And at any rate, once a king has been crowned, you are not expecting that that king will pass in the short while. You don't.
No.
You expect your king to reign.
Long live the king.
Long live the king. So, even if there is a hall, a standard hall, the new king that will come thereafter, after the standard hall has so many years, may decide to say, no, I don't want my coronation to take place in this hall. I want it to take place elsewhere. And that is exactly what is happening now as we speak. 5 years ago, Ikenwole was crowned in that particular hall. That hall where they did the burial. I don't know if you were here during the burial. That hall they did the burial. That was where Ikenwole was crowned. That was where he was crowned. Good. The hall where Atuwashe II was crowned was not very far away from that very hall. But that hall became dilapidated because it was not being put to use as it were. So the other hall the forest.
That's right.
Both into this side and at the other end. So you can see the significance of this marquee being mounted here to show people that Odishekiri is far, far bigger than what people think about.
That's so good to know. You know, one of the issues that we are having to deal with as Nigerians today, we have our primary culture, you know, as per our ethnicity, you know, in spite of the general Nigerian culture, but we have our ethnic, you know, leanings here and there. One of the biggest problems today is that the language that we speak, the language that has survived for centuries, I mean, since the 15th century, the Shekiri language has been here. How much of it can your children speak at the moment?
Well, it's a global national phenomenon. But the truth is that most of the children, actually, they don't speak the language the way it is expected. But recently, for some time now, we are doing our best in making sure our children speak the language. We speak with them. What they don't understand, they ask us. We give them the right answer. We tell them stories. So really, for some, about 6-7 years back, it was the language speaking was really somehow diminishing. But for like 5 years come now, the language is improving. Everybody there, we are taking challenges to let our children speak the language. Like my children, they speak the language to the extent
They speak it to the extent. I don't get that.
Yes,
part.
that is
Which means they are not
yes,
quite
I
speaking
said
it.
it's a common thing among other ethnic groups. It's not only Chekiri, but we are doing our best. Our children speak Chekiri, so we speak Chekiri with them.
I don't know if we say is common, whether that actually addresses my concern here.
Well, I'm happy you asked this question because
Do you concur to what he just said?
to an extent, yes. To an extent, yes. You see, and that is why this our interview. I did say that I used to put out a program. I don't know if I said it here.
You did. You mentioned it here. You know,
That I
yes.
put out a program on a regular basis.
On the social media.
On
That's
the
what you
social
said.
media, exactly. And where the one I put out yesterday had to do with the steps that they follow before the coronation. Now, this is a project I started as far back as October 2020. To be specific, October 29 of 2020. I started it. And since then, between that October 29 to January 31st, it was on daily basis. I put out this Ichekiri language lecture for Chekiris across the world. Everywhere you are across the world, they get it. Some of them from abroad who gets the lecture, they are in town here. Some of them just met me for the first time today. Immediately they mention my name. You are the one, you are this our teacher, and all that. Why did we go into that? It is because it is not just enough for us to say our children should learn the language. Our children should speak the language. Our children should understand the language. What are we doing as individuals or collectively to ensure that these our children learn this language, understand this language by the special grace of God? I can say that my wife, for example, she is an Ishekiri, also a princess, by the special grace of God, even though she won't like to be so identified, because she will tell you that calling me princess does not bring meat from the market.
Well, let's just say you married a blue blood. Accept that, sir.
Whichever. So, I am proud to say that all my children, from number 1 to the last number, I don't want to say least, to the last number, speak and understand the Chekiri language. Or it is because me and my wife were very concerned and we were determined that our children should speak the language. If every parent or parents in the house could be that determined to say that their children should speak their language, their children will speak the language. We will not have this problem that is overwhelming us today. Rather, I have seen parents who are Chekiris who will say, oh, my children, they will learn Chekiri. The important thing is for them to learn English. Let them speak English first. Unknown to them that the only place that children can speak and understand the language better is in the house, not in the school. In the school, they learn and understand English. But at home, if you don't learn and understand and speak the language with your children at home, they cannot, for any reason, learn and understand the language. So, the language that our children are unable to speak generally, even in Warri here, is a big problem. That you have a father and mother who are Chekiri. Their children are speaking the language. They are speaking pidgin English. Not even the good English. Not even Queen's English. You will find them speaking pidgin. Unregulated English is what you find them speak all over the place. The Chekiri language itself, they find it difficult to understand, not to talk of speaking it. So, we will not say the problem lies with we the parents. If we the parents
the Olu designate has finally arrived. Yes, it sure looks like so. And I would like to say that it's deal time, isn't it?
Yeah, but what we are seeing on screen now with that insignia there is an insignia of a king from somewhere, one of the visitors. Okay. Yes, that is just coming in. Yes, it is. That's not for the. It's not for the Omoba. From the Yoruba. Yeah, from the Yoruba land. Yeah. They have this insignia. Exactly. Like so that is what we are seeing. But already the Olu designate, the Omoba, is already in Big Warri as we speak. Yeah. The traditional rites at the palace is ongoing right now. I wish your people inside the palace to capture, because it's done in the open. Yeah. I'm sure some of your people should be there to capture it.
They are there.
Yes.
Just for the benefit of the viewer who is just joining us now.
Yes.
Now, the events that the Olu designate is going to perform at the palace right now, can you please talk us through it again?
Well, initially analyzed at the palace, there are a series of rites that they have to go through. Part of the rites that they have to go through, they are all significant of the fact that after now, the Olu will never perform any of those menial jobs again. And such rites are: one, you will have opportunity. There's going to be a canoe a decorated canoe. All these are just symbolic that he will go into and start paddling. We will start paddling the canoe, and that is, we are only just simulating it. Good. Start paddling the canoe, and then that is to say that after today, once he has been crowned, the Olu will never, after he has been crowned, the Olu will never do that again.
Well, actually, that was the arrival of Are Onakakanfo Gani Adams, you know, that arrived moments ago, that you affirmed, actually. So just for purpose of clarity. We're just putting that there. Yes, like you were saying, those activities are symbolic.
Yes, they are symbolic. So having done that, once he paddles that canoe, that is to say, to show that he will never do it again. Before he gets out of the canoe, the paddle he uses in paddling that canoe, he will now throw it on the ground. That is to say, and from today onward, I will never do this. People will always do it for me. He will also be made to go and fetch water.
Yes, some other traditional rulers, obviously from other parts of the country.
From the north.
From the north, obviously, they are, you know, also arriving at the moment. And there's going to be quite a number of them coming through today, like I gathered earlier on. It is going to be a huge gathering of the who is who in Nigeria, not just the Warri Kingdom, as it were.
That's true.
It's like the Shekiri is hosting the world today.
It has always been so. When his father was crowned in 1987, like I told you, I was one of the 7 MCs that were on ground. It was like this too. On that day, Awolowo was here. The Oni was here, and that is Obasijuade Olubushe II. He was here, and Awolowo, and all other top dignitaries across the country were also present.
So that's the drill.
Oh yes.
All right. When the sights and sounds, the colors and beauty emanating from Shekiri, the venue of the coronation of the 21st Olu of Warri. We have been talking with quite some knowledgeable, proud Shekiri sons here. We are going to take a breather right now so that you get to enjoy the ambience of the events as they continue to unfold.
Hello. Hello. Volume. 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 Thank you. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we formally commence proceedings of this coronation ceremony, we would like to very quickly at this time acknowledge the presence of some of our very distinguished guests present here today. And this is in no particular order. So you will please give us the latitude of breaking protocol in the mentioning of the names. We immediately recognize the presence of His Excellency, the former governor of Delta State. Indeed, the immediate past governor of Delta State. He is a son of Iwere land, and I ask that we formally acknowledge the presence of Dr. Emmanuel Uduaghan, His Excellency, the former governor of Delta State. We are also very, very glad to acknowledge the presence of the representative of His Excellency, the governor of our brother state, Edo State. He's represented here today by the youthful deputy governor of Edo State in the person of His Excellency, Comrade Philip Shwaibu, deputy governor of Edo State. May I also at this time acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the former governor of Borno State, Senator Modu Sharif. You're welcome, sir. We also have the distinguished pleasure of acknowledging the presence of the representative of His Excellency, the governor of Edo State, of Delta State, sorry, who is unavoidably absent, but he has sent his chief of staff in the person of the Right Honorable Festus Agas. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Indeed, you are, for want of a better word, the chief host of this event. So, Honorable Festus Agas, representing the governor, we acknowledge and welcome you, sir. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we must recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Labor. He is a part of the federal government delegation. So, in effect, he's representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here today. So I ask that we acknowledge his presence with that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Our brother Festus Keyamo is also here representing His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate, in the person of Senator Oviomo Agege. He's here representing him in that capacity also.
No, don't
You're not allowed to come. May we also at this time, ladies and gentlemen, acknowledge the presence of His Majesty, King Jaja of Opobo, King Dr. Danderson Douglas Jaja J.P. Jackie V, Treaty King, Amayanabo, and National Ruler of Opobo Kingdom. He is also the chairman of the Rivers State Council of Traditional Rulers and Chancellor of the Federal University of Dutsinma in Katsina State. You're welcome, Your Majesty. We also have a delegation all the way from Kanu. They are here representing His Eminence, the Emir of Kanu. And they are here in the presence of Alhaji Nasiru Inwa Wada, the Magajin Gerin Kanu, and Ambassador Ahmed Umar, the Dan Malakin Kanu. We welcome you. At this time, we would like to recognize the presence of the Ohinoyi of Igbira land and coordinator of the North Central Northern Traditional Rulers Council. Ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Majesty Alhaji Dr. Ado Ibrahim, Commander of the Order of the Niger. His Majesty is accompanied here today by His Queen, Her Majesty Firadausi Ado Ibrahim. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Permit me also to acknowledge the presence of His Imperial Majesty Oba Dr. Ajibade Badegeshin Ogunoye III, the Olowo of Owo and paramount ruler of the Owo Kingdom. You're welcome. We also have a representative of the Emir of Zauzau. The Emir of Zauzau is represented here today by Alhaji Nuruddin Ibrahim, the Wakili of Zauzau. Wakilin Zauzau. You're welcome, sir.
It also gives me great pleasure to welcome the Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the NDDC in the person of Barrister Effiong Akwa, who is also representing the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godwin Akpabio. You are welcome, sir.
May we also at this time acknowledge the presence of His Royal Highness Oba Rufus Olanrewaju Ajayi, the Oba of Bomina, Ekiti, Takpa Kingdom. You're welcome, sir. begging the MD is this person, Cosmas Iweze, leader of the delegation. Sorry, sir. So, you bend down.
I would also like to welcome warmly the representatives of Chevron Nigeria Limited, led by Mr. Cosmos Iweze, who is representing the managing director. With him is Mr. Daibo Sam, Mr. Tunji Idowu, and Mr. Brikin Esimaje. You're all welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged to have in our midst the founding pastor of the Word of Life Bible Church and former president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria and Christian Association of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies and your royal majesties, it is with pride that I announce the presence of this proud son of Iwere land present here today, Pastor Ayo Orishe Jafo.
I would also like to welcome Oba Musliu Oriyomi Soile, who is representing the Akari Igbo of Remo. Kabiesi, you are welcome.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to set the traditional ball rolling. Before now, you had the pleasure of listening to the Warri Royal Choir. The Warri Royal Choir, and the orchestra that backed them was the Laz Ekweme Orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to bring a touch of culture. And this is coming from our dearest, absolutely dearest relations, the people of the proud Benin Kingdom. And they are present here to give us a touch of the legendary Benin culture. We recognize them as our siblings, and we give them the great honor. And we thank His Royal Majesty, Oba Eware II, for giving us this honor of sending the Uyi cultural troupe to entertain at this most auspicious occasion.
May I crave your indulgence, please? Pressmen, would you please move aside so that the guests can see the cultural display? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I've already done, I don't know I'm already. Ado Ibrahim.
Yasere, 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 yasere. Eloke zukati yeme o yasere. Iye. Yasere, 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 yasere. Eloke zukati yeme o yasere. Yasere, yasere, yasere.
Yezukati yeme o yasege.
Yasere, yasere. soege. Enoke zukati eme o ya soege.
Ya soege. Enose zukati eme o ya soege.
Enoke zukati eme o.
Ya soege.
Enoke zukati eme o.
Ya soege.
Enoke zukati eme o.
Ya soege.
Ona ena na bia mera me o.
Ewo.
Ata ena na bia meje me o.
Ewo.
Emira pa mari umeje me niye.
Ewo.
Emira pa mari umera me o.
Ewo. Azuwaga e.
Ata ena na bia mera me o.
Ewo.
Ata ena na bia meje me o.
Ewo.
Emira pa mari umera me nera.
Ewo.
Emira pa mari umera me o.
Ewo.
Ìjọba rẹ̀ o.
Azuwaga e.
Ata ena na bia mera me o.
Ewo.
Wawe ena na bia osuma o.
Ewo.
Emira pa mari umera me nera.
Ewo.
Emira pa mari uwaye me o.
Ewo. Azuwaga e.
Ise no wa oje. Ọmọ na mo ebogu wa ga mo se ezo. Eje o tara se na ye o. Avera no ye me.
Ise.
Oya ba le gede ra me o.
Ọmọ náà mú ìbọ̀kún wọn àmọ́ ẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀sọ́. Ẹ̀yà ọ̀sẹ̀ náírà mi o.
Ọmọ na mo ebogu wa ga mo se ezo.
Ẹ̀yà ọ̀sẹ̀ náà o.
Ìkíájó ìgájó ni bèrè o.
Ìhàyọ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀ wíìgò.
Ìgájó ni bèrè o.
Ìhàyọ̀ àtẹ̀tẹ̀ máa wíìgò.
Ìkíájó tó ní bèrè o.
Ìhàyọ̀ àtẹ̀tẹ̀ máa wíìgò.
Ìgáyàwó mi tọ́ ma. Ìgá sọmọ ìsìnkò ọmọ náà yẹ mẹsẹ̀. Abẹ́lá mẹ́kẹ́ mi yé mẹ́ o. Ìgáyàwó mi tọ́ ma ya. Ìgá sọmọ ìsìnkò ọmọ náà yẹ mẹsẹ̀. Èṣà ibù mẹ́. Ìgá sọmọ mẹ́sìnkò oje. Ìgá sọmọ mẹ́sìnkò oje. Ìgá sọmọ mẹ́sìnkò oje. Oje boje mẹ́ni marise oje boje mẹ́ni marise. Oje boje mẹ́ni marise oje boje mẹ́ni marise. Alẹ́ lọ́wọ́ sí ló dé o. Koje kokoje o.
Oye.
Kokoje.
Oye.
Kokoje o.
Oye. Oye.
Kokoje o.
Oye.
Kokoje.
Oye.
Kokoje o.
Oye. Oye.
Kokoje o.
Oye.
Ajowe.
Ramota sokpin mama ni bioke.
Ajowe.
Ramota sokpin mama ni bioke.
Olato. Olato olola.
Owa kporo.
Olola o.
Owa kporo.
Olola o.
Owa kporo.
Olola.
Owa kporo.
Olola.
Owa kporo.
Ọjọba lè rà mí.
Owa kporo.
Ẹ̀ṣá ibù lè rà mí.
Owa kporo.
Ẹ̀ṣá ibù lè rà mí.
Owa kporo.
Ẹ̀ṣá ibù lè rà mí.
Owa kporo.
Olola o.
Owa kporo.
Olola.
Owa kporo.
Olola.
Owa kporo.
Wàgọ̀jọba mi o.
Owa kporo.
Ẹ̀ṣá ibù lè rà mí.
Owa kporo.
Wàgọ̀rà mi o.
Owa kporo.
Olola.
Owa kporo.
Olola. Olato. Aláwùrè rágbé mọ́mọ́ aláwùrè. Aláwùrè rágbé mọ́mọ́ aláwùrè rágbé mọ́mọ́ o.
Aláwùrè rágbé mọ́mọ́
Gagbe momo. Gagbe momo. Gagbe momo. Opupu no bi kodo. Opupu no bi kodo. Opupu no bi kodo. Opupu no bi kodo. Shaibu menera me o. Opupu no bi kodo. Opupu no bi kodo. Opupu no bi kodo. Shaibu menera me o. Shaibu menera me o. Shaibu menera me o. Shaibu menera me o. Opupu no bi kodo. 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 Ọ̀yá bá o, ọ̀yá ènìyàn nìkan o, ọ̀yá ọ̀yá bá, ọ̀yá ènìyàn nìkan o, ọ̀yá ènìyàn nìkan o mẹ́. Ọ̀yá bá, ọ̀yá ènìyàn nìkan o, ọ̀yá ènìyàn nìkan o mẹ́.
Ọ̀yá bá, ọ̀yá ènìyàn nìkan o, ọ̀yá
Janika ome.
Ayaba, aya Janika o, aya enudo.
Enuwa o, enudo. Enuwa o, aliya. Aliya yedo wala yo. Aliyan yedo wala yo.
Uloko no salary oge.
Uloko no se verioge. Wamodo egwagia o e. Uloko no se verioge. Wamodo egwagia o e. 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 Amudia se na no pode. Auna gobate. 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 Ukiwo wedo agbori oku. Ukiwo wedo agbori oku. Ukido wedo agbori oku. Ukiwo wedo agbori oku. Ukido wedo agbori oku. Ukiwo wedo agbori oku. Agbori oku. Agbori oku. Agbori oku. Agbori oku. Jore ra we jore omo be. Jore ra we jore omo be. Iyo we jore omo be. Era guayo romo 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 be. Sorry. Oh, where is Abu? Where's Amor? Is Abu? Shaibu meno hehe, shaibu meno hehe. Why?
Abaga tokpe.
He said.
Thank you very much. Those are our closest siblings to the Shakiri monarchy, our very, very dear brothers and sisters from Benin. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I acknowledge the presence of a powerful contingent representing the security architecture of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are present here today, and we have representatives of the Chief of Defense Staff. He is proudly represented here today by Rear Admiral K.O. Igbochulam. You're welcome, sir. Also representing the Chief of Naval Staff here today is Rear Admiral S.S. Lassa. The Chief of Naval Staff is represented by Rear Admiral S.S. Lassa. The representative of the Chief of Army Staff is here in the person of Brigadier General A. Idris. You're welcome, sir. And we have representing the Chief of Air Staff, Air Commodore B.O. Omoyimbo. Thank you very much. May I also at this time acknowledge the presence of the country representative of the shell companies in Nigeria. The country representative of shell companies in Nigeria. He is Mr. Osagie Okumbo. You're welcome. We also have another gentleman here today. He is the Managing Director of Special Piping Materials Limited, Mr. Simeon Moju. You're welcome.
I would also like to specially welcome a chief of Iwere Kingdom, Chief Rita Lori. You're welcome, ma'am. And she has come along with High Chief Shitu Aliu Adeyemi Balogun of Odeomi Kingdom, as well as High Chief Oluwole Okwele Oshodi of Odeomi, High Chief Barrister Adewale Adegoke Bobashuwa of Odeomi, High Chief Adeoye Oyenuga Bashi of Odeomi, High Chief Toyin Lawal Fiwagboye of Odeomi. You're all very welcome. Also with us this morning, I have the honor of acknowledging the presence with us of Honorable Ahmed.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Arole Odua. The Arole Odua Oni Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi, the Ojaja II, the Oni of Ife, the natural head of the Yoruba race and the co-chairman of the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, Arole Odua.
No.
Oh, okay.
His Royal Majesty, the Oni, is accompanied here today by His Royal Majesty Oba Adekunle Adeagbo, the Ore of Otun Ekiti and paramount ruler of Moba land. And also Oba Akinola Oyetade Akinrera, the Latiri I, Olubosin of Ifetedo Kingdom. Kábíyèsí. Kábíyèsí. May I please announce that there is an overflow marquee just behind this one. There's an overflow marquee with, and it has closed circuit big screens. So you can actually follow proceedings inside this hall from the overflow. The overflow is just behind this hall. Please take advantage of it so that we might be seen to be respecting the COVID-19 protocols of social distancing. So please take advantage of the overflow marquee just behind this one. Thank you.
Honorable Ahmed Wadada, sorry your introduction was aborted. Honorable of Persia Automobile, Kaduna. Honorable Wadada, that gives me hope. We can't wait to see Peugeot cars rolling out of that line. Thank you. Wait. Bini? It would be remiss of us not to acknowledge the representatives of the Oba of Benin, our brothers. His Majesty, Oba the second. Chief, the entourage is led by Chief H.O. Bazuaye, the Iweri Ogene of Benin. Chief Edionwe Oliha, the Oliha of Benin. Chief Isaac Oyeoba, the Oyeoba of Benin. Chief Ise. Chief Victor Osa Uzamere, the Obadolaye of Benin. as well as Chief Oseni Elama, the Okai Viare of Benin. You're all welcome.
The Warri Royal Choir, are you on standby? Are they still there? And the chamber orchestra? Okay, no longer. Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the Agbeju descendants of Dudu Town, the cultural troupe, the Agbeju descendants.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? Would you kindly take your seats? Please take your seats. Thank you.
Standing by to entertain us at this time is a Shekiri cultural troupe. They are the Agbeju descendants. The Agbeju descendants cultural troupe are standing by at this time to entertain us as we await the special moment. Permit me at this time, ladies and gentlemen, to talk to you a little bit about what today represents for Iwere land and all Ishakiri people. The throne of the Olu represents the cumulative aspiration of the Ishakiri to be a viable ethnic nationality in this multi-ethnic configuration known as Nigeria. Indeed, the Olu is the physical manifestation of our noble but intangible essence as a people of dignity and worth. He serves as the physical
Can we have some quiet, please? Can we have some quiet?
The Olu serves as the physical representative, the link of our ancestors with the present generation of Ishakiri. And through the Olu, the proud heritage of our rich history is transmitted from generation to generation. Of a truth, supernatural intelligence as represented by our oracle has found concurrence with our contemporary aspiration for a millennial monarch in throwing up the noble Omoba Shola Emiko as the 21st Olu of Warri. We will be forever grateful to divinity for endorsing Iwereland's desire for a digitally compliant monarch at home with modernity and saturated with the ancient wisdom of our illustrious ancestors. The universal acclamation of the announcement of our Omoba as the next Olu of Warri is proof positive that the Ishakiri are poised to enter a new epoch of dignified progress under a divinely endowed sovereign. Today, we welcome your royal majesties, your excellencies, revered traditional title holders, distinguished and honorable members of the federal and state executive, esteemed and venerable members of the clergy, my lords, spiritual and temporal, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, to the ceremonies commemorating the coronation of our most beloved Omoba Shola Emiko as the 21st Olu of Warri. Omiwere dede mokiara.
I was kind of expecting a more spontaneous response from Omiwere. Omiwere dede nekianga. Thank you. So we also have representatives from the Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers. We have with us His Royal Majesty King Bubaraje Dakolo Agada IV, Ibe Nanawe of Ekwetiama Kingdom. Your Majesty, you are welcome. We also have the honor of the presence of His Royal Majesty Patrick E. Olamiene Pere of Co Kingdom. You're welcome. Thank you for honoring our invitation. The Yoruba Youth President, Commander Chief Eric Oluwole, is also with us, and he's also the National Chairman, Coalition of Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leader of Nigeria.
One of our dear neighbors, Ilaje Land, is present here today. His Imperial Majesty Obasegun Akinyomi, the Amakpetu of Mahi Ilaje Land. You are welcome. We consider them our brothers. Thank you very much for coming here today. He is also here with Chief Eko Okolo, the Are Omoba of Ilaje Land. You're both welcome.
And down the road from Agbo, we have, representing the Dane of Agbo, Chief Hilary Agolo, Chief Jude Ogala, Chief Wilson Agbobu, Chief Josephine Enuma, and Chief Sonny Ibude. You are all welcome. We are happy that you are here with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Agbeju Descendants Cultural Troupe, one of Iwere Land's finest cultural troops, to entertain us today.
This place.
A special welcome to Chief Orishaja Lomisa Emmanuel Uduanga, the Alema of Warri Kingdom. Welcome.
gede. Arete rete pe gede. Ma te che pe gba mo. Arete rete pe gede gede. 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 Aṣẹ́pẹ̀ máa tẹ ṣẹ́pẹ̀ gbá wọn. Arẹ́tẹ̀rẹ́tẹ̀ pẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́. Aṣẹ́pẹ̀ máa tẹ ṣẹ́pẹ̀ gbá wọn. Aṣẹ́pẹ̀ máa tẹ ṣẹ́pẹ̀ gbá wọn. Aṣẹ́pẹ̀ máa tẹ ṣẹ́pẹ̀ gbá wọn. Arẹ́tẹ̀rẹ́tẹ̀ pẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́. Arẹ́tẹ̀rẹ́tẹ̀ pẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́. Arete pe gede gede. Arete pe gede gede. Aṣẹ́pẹ̀ má te ṣẹ́pẹ̀ gbẹ́hùn. 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 Aṣẹ́pẹ̀ máa tẹ ṣẹ́pẹ̀ gbá wo. 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 Power mic, please.
Hello. Volume. Ajado tún kékeré. Ẹ wo mi wẹ́rẹ́ dédé. Ẹ wo tọ́gbọ̀wúrú dédé. Ansu. Odúwọ̀ yẹn tàbí yẹn náà. Amefe. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, honorable members from federal to state, houses of assembly, chiefs from Warri Kingdom, princes and princesses, particularly the Guinea the first ruling house, and the Miko dynasty, we thank you for your presence. Before you is Shakar Dudu. It's a rare royal dance. Shakar Dudu is a known dance from Obeda. Obeda is an Ishakiri indigenous community lying and situated at Warri North local government area of Delta State. It's a royal dance, and we have the drummers, the Olaja, the trust chairman. They are all here to do justice to today's ceremony. Once more, wherever you are, please put your hands together for them beautifully. Agba Wagba, Agba Wagba, Agba Wagba.
Tọ́gbàrà ṣẹ́gbọ́nẹ́, àjàwáròrùn tọ́gbàrà ṣẹ́gbọ́mọnẹ́. Tọ́gbàrà ṣẹ́gbọ́nẹ́ rè àjàwáròrùn tọ́gbàrà ṣẹ́gbọ́mọnẹ́. Tọ́gbàrà ṣẹ́gbọ́nẹ́, wẹ́rẹ́ àrẹ́múgbẹ́ tẹ́sọ̀mìrí. Àrẹ́múgbẹ́ tẹ́sọ̀mìrí. Oṣomi ọgbọ́nsà mẹ́fà nínàkùn. Ọgbọ́nsà mẹ́fà ní ìnákùn. Alógure gbẹ́gbẹ́ ọgbẹ́gbùdélé. Ọgbẹ́gbẹ́ ẹgbẹ́gbùdélé. Ùdélé gbẹ́gbẹ́ ẹgbẹ́gbọ̀nràn gbé. Ọgbẹ́gbẹ́ ẹgbẹ́gbọ̀nràn gbé. Ọ̀ràn àgbẹ̀rẹ̀ mú gbẹgbẹ́ lókè àjàwáròrùn tọ́gbàrà àṣegbọ́nẹ́ o. Gbàrà àṣegbọ́nẹ́ àjàwáròrùn gbàrà ṣe. Gbàrà àṣegbọ́nẹ́ rẹ̀ gbàrà àṣegbọ́nẹ́. Gbàrà àṣegbọ́nẹ́ Tọ́gbàrá ṣègbọ́nẹ, àjáwọ́rọ̀ tọ́gbàrá ṣègbọ́mọnẹ. Tọ́gbàrá ṣègbọ́nẹ rè àjáròrùn tọ́gbàrá ṣègbọ́mọnẹ. Tọ́gbàrá ṣègbọ́nẹ, wẹ́rẹ́ rèmúgbé tẹ̀sọ́ mi rí. Rèmúgbé tẹ̀sọ́ mi rí, oṣó mi ò gbọ́sà mẹ́fà nínàkún. Gbọ́sà mẹ́fà nínàkún, ọlọ́gùrẹ́ gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbùdélé gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbùdélé ùdélé gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbọ̀ràn gbé. Gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbọ̀ràn gbé, ọ̀ràn gbẹ́rẹ̀ múgbó ẹgbẹ́ lókè àjàwá orun tọ́gbàrá àṣegbọ́mọnẹ o. Gbàrá àṣegbọ́nẹ, àjàwá gbàrá àṣegbọ́mọnẹ. Àṣegbọ́nẹ rè àjàwá tọ́gbàrá àṣegbọ́mọnẹ. Gbàrá àṣegbọ́nẹ, ìwárọ̀ rẹ̀ mú wá tètè ṣòmí rí. Ẹ̀mú wá tètè ṣòmí. Ṣòmí ó gbọ́sà mẹ́fà nínàkún. Ó gbọ́sà mẹ́fà nínàkún. Ọlọ́gùrẹ́ gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbùdélé gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbùdélé ùdálé gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbọ̀ràn gbé. Gbẹ́gbẹ́gbẹ́gbọ̀ràn gbé, ọ̀ràn àgbẹ̀rẹ̀ lókè àjàwé orun tọ́gbàrá. Ìgbé mi ó gbé mi. Ògbòrìwò gbiná yọ mí o. Ìgbé mi ó gbé mi. Gbòrì gbiná yọ mí o. Ó máa wúwọ́ wọ́ gbé mi. Láti wúwọ́ ṣe jẹ́ tẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé wúwo gbé ìwé ṣe. Ó máa wúwo wọ́ gbé mi. Láti wúwo ṣe jẹ́ tẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé wúwo gbé yìí ṣe. Ìjọba ra ṣígbẹ́ sídìí lóde ẹ̀dọ́. Ìyá mi ṣe kíre wádà fún iṣẹ́ kíro lu ẹnẹ o. Àwọn dàgbò olùjẹ́. Ìgbé mi ó gbé mi o. Ògbórí gbiná yọ mí rà o. Ògbórí gbiná yọ mí rà o. Ọmọ wúwo wọ̀ gbé mi. Látẹ̀ wúwo ṣe jẹ́ tẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé wúwo gbé ìṣe. Ọmọ wúwo wọ̀ gbé mi. Látẹ̀ wúwo ṣe jẹ́ tẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé wúwo gbé ìṣe. Ìjọba rẹ̀ ṣígbà sígè lóde ẹ̀dọ́. Ìyá mi ṣe kíra wọ́dà fún iṣẹ́ kìró lọ́nà. Mo lù jẹ. Gbé mi ó gbé mi. Gbòrìwò gbiná yọ mí o. Ìgbé mi ó gbé mi. Ògbòrìwò gbiná yọ mí o. Ó máa wúwo wọ́ gbé mi. Rántí wúwo ṣe jẹ́ tẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé wúwo gbé ìwé ṣe. Ó máa wúwo wọ́ gbé mi. Rántí wúwo ṣe jẹ́ tẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé wúwo gbé yìí ṣe. Ìjọba ra ṣígbẹ́ sídìí lóde ẹ̀dọ́. Ìyá mi Oluje. Namamuwa simio meberona o. Inamamu woro simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Woro simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Simio meberona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Inamamuwa simio meberona. Inamamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Oh. Namamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Meberona o. Namamuwa simio meberona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Mamuwa simio mebero. Simio mebero. Inamamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Mamuwa simio meberona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Inamamuwa simio meberona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio meberona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Inamamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Namamuwa simio meberona. Namamuwa simio mebero. Medona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Mamuwa simio meberona. Mamuwa simio mebero. Hey! Iwo! Loko, Oshira loko. Aloko, wa 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 loko. Wa loko. Aloko, Oshira loko. Aloko, wa loko. Aloko, wa loko. Wa loko. Aloko, wa loko.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. And you can see Honorable Barrister Daniel Omane Mayuku, an illustrious son of Obeda, also known as Dudu Town. Let's put our hands together for them beautifully. Akpawagba. As we make welcome, Chief Roland Omagbemi, the Awolofu of Warri Kingdom, Erubo. Chief Rita Lori Obobo, the Igba of Warri Kingdom, is also here. Erubo. Chief Madam Mercy Olowu, the Utupiwere Eru of Warri Kingdom, Erubo. Also we have Chief Barrister Olusegun Udua, the Alama of Warri Kingdom, Akbara Dide, and Adokpa. Ladies and gentlemen, we send our greetings to Ayojo Dede to Wishikale. Awo, Iwara Dede. Awo, Ati Dudu Dede. Ansu. Okuma. Okuma.
Ugboko, money baru, ugboko, money bare. Money baru, ugboko, money bare. Baru, ugboko. Money baru, ugboko, money bare. 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 Ugboko,
Anadokpa Ashagribo Oyanga Asangwa Ebiri Dudu Tekere Tebira Dede Sangwa To Dudu To Dade Akoko Dede Sola for Posse. Permit me to make welcome the Chief Medical Director of Ogara Teaching Hospital, Dr. Onome Owe. We welcome you. Please watch your screen. His Majesty Omaba Shola Emiko is going around the ancestral part of Odishakiri. My brother and friend, Omashone Megbele, Omas for short. Olayoku, we welcome you. Please. Anadokpa. Agba.
Ewo tako dede. Ewo tako dudu tako nuberu. Ewo to reti olofen dede. Oyene tabe yene. Oyene o. Shekiri sherun tabe sherun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the Shekiri contingent. In all things cultural, you can see a thread going through from Yoruba land through Benin to Shekiri land. I'm sure you noticed that in the course of that performance. Thank you very much for joining us, the Are Ono Kakamfo of Yoruba land, Iba Gani Adams. Thank you for joining us.
May I also at this time acknowledge formally the presence of Igwe Professor Laz Edward Nayelu Ekweme. He is the Eze Ajikala II of Oko in Anambra State. You are welcome, sir, and we need to give him a special appreciation for bringing his chamber orchestra to back up the Warri Royal Choir. So thank you very much, sir. Now, it behooves me at this time to let you know what is going on right now at the Royal Palace. But before then, for those of us who are conversant with biblical numerology, this might be very significant. We are gathered today at the behest of the 21st Olu of Warri on the 21st day of August, the month of new beginnings, in the 21st year of the new millennium. And if you are conversant with biblical numerology, you will not fail to notice that the number 3 has appeared 3 times. The number 21 has appeared 3 times here.
If I may add, it is 4. 21st century 2-1 again.
3. So we have 21st Olu being crowned on the 21st day in the 21st year of a new millennium. That number 3 is the representation of divinity.
Significant.
Agbawani.
What this indicates is that we are assured of divinity's endorsement of our enterprise, our noble national enterprise as a people. Omiwere, praise the Lord! Amen. May I also crave your indulgence as I talk to you a little bit about this place where we are. This is Ode Shekiri. Ode Shekiri's significance as the venue of the coronation of a new Olu is rooted in an incident that took place here some 500 years ago. On this island, that the Aboriginal Ishekiri people formally handed over the sovereignty of their land and peoples to Ijejen, the son and successor of Ginwa, the seminal monarch of our people. It must be noted that unlike most other such instances where a people are conquered by an invading force of expansionist foreign elements, the surrender of sovereignty by the Aboriginal Ishekiri to the royal party from Benin was voluntary and amicable, devoid of any violence, thus establishing the Ishekiri and our monarchy as a most hospitable people of civilization. The actual handover, as it were, took place in a part of this island we call Irigbo, where the leader of the indigenous Ishekiri people, who we shall call, for the purposes of this today, Mr. Ishekiri, met Ijijen. History has it that also present at that auspicious event was a powerful oracle priest who from that spot in Irigbo supernaturally launched a javelin a long distance away to a spot which marked the location of the first royal quarters, which Ijijen, the monarch at the time, named Ogbe after the royal quarters in Benin. Today, for the first time during this coronation, a symbolic reenactment of that event will take place as our noble 21st Olu will meet with the revered Chief Besu, who is the oldest living descendant of the original Aboriginal Ishekiris who met Ijijen 500 years ago here. It is believed that those rites will determine, and as we speak right now, our Omoba is undergoing some rites within the Agofen, which is our palace. It is believed that those rites will determine and fortify the trajectory of the new Olu's reign. with the endorsement of our ancestors. After these classified rites are performed, the Olu designate will appear in the open into public view to perform 3 domestic chores, as it were, for the last time in his lifetime.
Okay. Now, one of those chores is the fetching of water. The Olu will carry a clay pot of water. He will then toss the clay pot away as a sign of the fact that he will never fetch water again in his life. He is now living his mundane living of just a mere mortal, and he will now step into the realm of being an Olu. Next, he will take an axe and he will split wood. After doing that, he will symbolically swing the axe around his head 3 times and throw the axe away, symbolizing the fact that he will never have to split wood again. The third task, he will symbolically paddle a canoe with some of the chiefs. He will then swing the paddle around his head 3 times again and throw away the paddle, which means he will never paddle a canoe again in his life. He has become, or he will soon become, the Olu of Warri. He will soon become the king.
After the performance of these symbolic chores, the Olu designate would have more or less transited from the humdrum of mundane living into the high calling of his noble destiny as a king. The final act of the Olu designate as a crown prince would then be the adoption of a title for his reign. This most sacred aspect of the coronation is done in full view of the public with the Olu designate blindfolded. We'll take a pause here and acknowledge the arrival of the Deputy Senate President in the person of His Excellency Senator Ovie Omo Agege, who is here, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, representing the federal government of Nigeria, and by extension, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May we please at this time acknowledge with a round of applause the arrival of the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ovie Omo Agege.
Please, let's put our hands together for him. Senator Omo Agege is maternally Ishakiri from Koko.
Iwo!
We acknowledge the presence of Abdul Kabir Aliu, CEO, Matrix Energy. We welcome you. Also, with Omo Aikomu, Director, Ocean Marine Solutions. We appreciate your presence immensely.
Oti Ikomi, the Executive Vice Chairman of Proton Energy, is also present here with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dave Dode, Director at OMNS. We appreciate you. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the president.
I would like to crave your indulgence, please. Will all guests please take their seats? If you don't have any seats, there's a spillover tent just behind here. And it's got big viewing screens and you can see everything going on in this hall. Please, there are too many people standing.
Please have your seats as we make welcome our brother Julius Ronne, an oil and gas magnate. Is the son of Chief Sonny Ronne, the Obasoye of Warri Kingdom. So far, we are not taking of hierarchy. His father is the oldest chiefs now in Warri Kingdom, who was bestowed with chieftaincy the year 1975 by His Majesty Ogiame Erejiwa II, who reigned from 1951 to 1986. Ogeloibo, Erubo.
Please, this is a special royal proclamation. All male Ishakiri people, all male Ishakiri present here today are requested to remove their hats.
Excuse me, all males apart from royalty.
All males apart from royalty are requested to remove their hats at this time. Thank you. And it is noteworthy that the Deputy President of the Senate, who is partly Ishakiri, courtesy of his wonderful mother, has also removed his cap. Thank you very much for respecting our great tradition.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I crave your indulgence once again? There are too many people standing in the pathways. If you do not have a seat in this hall, please, there are seats in the adjacent tent where you can sit comfortably and watch all that is happening in this place. Nobody is moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have it on good authority that the Olu, the 21st Olu, has practically completed all the rites to be crowned. Shortly, he will be joining us here for the official coronation.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Shakiri is known for first. The first female Vice Chancellor in Nigeria is an Ishakiri, Chief Professor Alele Williams. Also, the first female Professor of Mathematics, Chief Professor Alele Williams, and Ishakiri. The first indigenous Vice Chancellor in Nigeria, Professor Orishajalami Thomas of University of Ibadan, and Ishakiri.
Otherwise known as Orisha.
Okay, I have this. Ladies and gentlemen, with the greatest respect, we shall be taking the opportunity of the presence of the luminous personalities present here today to acquaint us all of a few significant landmarks in our rich history. As you may be aware, there have been 20 Olus of Warri before now, the 21st of whom we are gathered to witness his coronation. The kingdom was established around the year 1480 by Ginua, the prince from Benin, who was given the royal mandate, by his father, the Oba of Benin at the time, to rule over the territories adjoining the water bodies beyond Benin. Hence his title, Ogiame, Lord of the Waters. It is on record that the first monarch to receive a Western Christian education in what is known today as Nigeria, if not the entire coast of West Africa, is Olu Atorogboye, also known as Olu Sebastian, the sixth Olu of Warri, whose father, Olu Esijie, sent to a Portuguese Christian college in Angola. Olu Esijie in turn sent his son, Olu Atuashe I, to the University of Coimbra in Portugal between 1600 and 1611, thus producing probably Africa's first European-trained university graduates, but without any doubt whatsoever, the first ever European-trained university graduate in the territory now referred to as Nigeria. It is with great pride that we make known that it is upon this island that the Catholic Christian faith was first practiced in what is today known as Nigeria. Indeed, the first Christian place of worship was built on this island in 1690 by Capuchin monks from Portugal. It was christened the St. Anthony's Church, which we have natives here refer to as Santoni. To this day, the structure still stands on this island. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the island that represents the most, for want of a better word, civilized portion of the African continent. Thank you very much.
Here, here. It's my pleasure to welcome the President of Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olu Akpata, who is himself a very proud Warri boy. Mr. Akpata, can you just wave to us? You are welcome. There you are.
Olu Akpata Esquire attended Nana Primary School, Warri. We welcome you.
Let me just acquaint you with what has gone on, what the Olu has had to do after he did his final chores.
Sorry. Before the acquaintance, please, I will crave your indulgence once again. The Olu has finished his rites and he may be on his way here any moment now. Would you please make the aisles free? Thank you very much for your kind cooperation.
The Olu designate at the time was blindfolded, and there he was to pick a ceremonial sword of his choice. It is called Uda. He would be led blindfold to an array of ceremonial royal swords, which we call Uda, each representing the names of the 20 monarchs before him, and one new one bearing his name. At this point, the Olu designate, while being blindfolded, is expected to pick a ceremonial sword of his choice, the name of whichever will bear the title of his new reign. That title will only be proclaimed for the first time immediately after his coronation in this hall. I am not at liberty to make that known. Indeed, I do not know the name, but I have it on good authority that he has picked a particular ceremonial sword, and his name, the name of his reign, is assured. But let me also introduce you to the chief usher of these ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief usher, by ordinary credentials, is supposed to be a big man, but he's a young man of great achievements. He's a member of the FIFA Executive Board. He's the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, a member of the African Football, whatever it is. He's a very big man. But as big as he is our chief servant and usher here today. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Amaju Pinnick, Mr. Only.
His father was also a chief here in Warri Kingdom. We thank you. Ajamoke Andede, Shakiriki, Amafeforo for Akafa Jone, Ubotomabawa Boro, Adi Amayashi, and Ebe, Amayashi, Atowi, Arusha, Kababeju to the way, and Ebe, Damayashi. Umerana Edema, Benny Grant, we welcome you. Agbusi Biro, we appreciate your presence.
May I also at this time let it be known that the Olu, because he's no longer the Olu designate, having performed all the traditional rites, will make his way into this place, but he will first of all go on a procession. He will first of all go on a procession from the palace, and he will visit some of the other spillover venue for this, where people are watching these proceedings, before he finally makes his way into this hall for the formal coronation. But please, may I acknowledge the presence of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud the presence of Alhaji Idris Wase, the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives.
Please also welcome Mr. Kingsley Okumbo, representing the Olori's father, who passed only about a fortnight ago.
The President of National Association of Shekiri Graduates, Mr. Ben, I beg your pardon, Comrade Ben Ebrajolo. Echo, we welcome you. Also, the District Governor of Rotary Club, District 9141, comprising of Delta, Edo, Rivers, and Bayelsa states, Rotarian Andy Uwejaya, we welcome you.
With the Deputy Senate President and the Deputy Speaker is an entourage of the following honorable members of the House. We have Honorable Francis Waive, member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Ihezua Agbohima, and Chief Paulinus Akbeki.
Lawrence A. Wilbert, President General, Ikara Community, Erubo. Ikara Community is an Ishakiri community in Edo State. We thank you for your presence. Dr. Alex.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you back right now, and you can see them on the big screens, the Warri Royal Choir, backed by the Laz Ekweme Orchestra, as they render a few songs for us at this time as we await the arrival of His Royal Majesty, the 21st Olu of Warri. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Warri Royal Choir at this time.
Let's put our hands together for them beautifully. Dr. Alex Ide, we appreciate your presence. Erubo. Chief Barrister Orishajolome Udwa, the Alema of Warri Kingdom, is here. Agbara Dide, Erubo.
Yes, I've done it. I've been doing this for 40 years.
No, I know you now.
Afọdewe náà ẹnẹbẹ ewa gbéra ọmọọba wa wọlé ẹnẹdọpẹ.
Thank you very much. Please remain on standby, choir, but at this time, protocol demands that a proper introduction be made. The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, is ably represented here today by the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ovie Omo Agege, the Obarisi of Urobo land. That said, ladies and gentlemen, we're informed that his presidency has sent in a goodwill message, and at the appointed time, his representative here today, Senator Omo Agege, will deliver that goodwill message. But at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that the Olu is making his way to this place, but first he will be taking a parade, as it were, around some of the quarters of Ode Shakiri and eventually emerge inside this hall. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to refer you back to the Warri Royal Choir and the Laz Ekweme Orchestra. Please, somebody's reading glasses. I have reading glasses belonging to someone. So if your reading glasses, if you can't find your reading glass, please come to me in the front here and have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Warri Royal Choir. Please clear the aisle.
that have to be performed. Omoba Shola Emiko is crowned the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Mr. Egat Ogbemi Monkare, can you explain to us the pictures we are seeing right now?
Right away, as you watch your screen, you will see the Omoba Shola Emiko with an axe, now splitting the wood, which is part of the final rites he's going to perform before he ascends the throne. And these are parts of the menial assignments or chores that he has to perform before ascending the throne. After this time, you will never see him perform any menial job, any menial assignment, any menial engagement in his life again. All these are symbolic. Before now, he had gone to fetch water with a pot, brought it in, and threw that pot on the ground. Before he did that, just as he did
that I described, here he is about to paddle a canoe, symbolically paddle a canoe for the last time in his entire existence.
Well, it looks like he has just entered the canoe right now.
No, I did say about the entering the boat.
Yes, yes.
Is to pick a title for his
Yes.
race. And he will be doing this blindfolded, escorted to an array of ceremonial swords, each representing the 20
carrying out.
monarchs
paddling the boat.
of Warri land. And one of them
Is paddling the boat. You will not see him enter a boat and paddling it in his lifetime anymore. You can see what he's doing. He's also using it to round his head to say, from today onward, I will never paddle a boat again. People will continue to paddle me. People will continue to chauffeur me. He will be chauffeur driven, as it were. He will never do it himself again. So all these are things that he has done. He has already done that of the pot. He has done that of the splitting of wood. He has not done that of the paddling the boat. What they are going to do next will be to swear him in as the Olu. And the moment he is sworn in, as the Olu, automatically he becomes the Ogiame. Once they swear him in, it's just like you have president-elects, you have governor-elects. They are not yet governor or president until they are formally sworn in. And the moment they are sworn in, automatically they become His Excellency. They become the governor. That is exactly what happens with us. The person who is to swear him in by our tradition is the most senior person as an elder of Okotomirigbo, which is the oldest quarter in Ode-Shekiri, where we are today. The oldest quarter in Ode-Shekiri, the oldest man in that very quarter of Okotomirigbo will be the person to swear him in today. And once that one is done, you can see the route they are going to follow from the palace to the crowning maquet, where the crowning process will take place. You can see it's already lined up with red carpet, right from the maquet down to the palace, with red carpet. And it's going to walk on this red carpet from the palace down to the maquet, where the crowning will take place. And you will find some chiefs in front. The arrangement is that you will not find some of these chiefs, some of the chiefs will be in front. They will be standing in twos, as it were. These are chiefs of Warri Kingdom. The ones on white with a red band. The people you see on white with a red band with their beads on, They are the chiefs of Warri Kingdom. You will see them walking down in twos. They are walking down in twos. As they are walking down in twos, the Olu at a point will now be behind them. And the throne on which the Olu is going to sit for him to be crowned is being brought along with the Olu. The throne is being brought along with the Olu. So they are already on their way to the Mackay, where the coronation will take place. That's the throne you are seeing. The throne on which he's going to sit, where he will be crowned. It's been brought. This throne has been specially made and brought in. Specially made and brought in. And it's been, they did not bring this throne to the Mackay here beforehand for it to be lying there until it arrives. It is believed that the throne is the one he's going to sit. Therefore, people are now bringing it. They are rolling it down. People are lifting it. You will see that it's been lifted. It's placed on a particular carrier. And they are now rolling the carrier with the throne down. The Olu-elect himself, Omoba Shola Emiko, is right behind the throne. The throne is coming. The Olu is behind the throne.
The men who are conveying the throne,
yes,
they are dressed in a certain kind of uniform,
yes,
kind of color.
White on green.
Yes.
White on green,
yes.
uniform.
Is there
yes.
a special name or title, or maybe a group that they are called?
Well, these people you see that are now bringing the throne down, they are people that are being described as Otu Omoba, Otu Omoba to Biekete, Otu Omoba to Biekete. That is the group of the Omoba that is conveying the throne. Otu Omoba to Biekete. That is the group of Omoba conveying the throne down to the crowning venue. And those are the people you see. Right behind, you are not seeing the Omoba now, but right behind the throne, the Omoba is there, whom will be shown in a short while as the procession progresses. You can see the Iya Shere there, Chief Johnson Ashelere, trying to organize the Otu Omoba to Biekete. They are now moving the throne down. They are moving the throne down. And you can see somebody bearing a red substance behind the throne. That thing you see there, that thing you see there, that is accompanying them, is a significant item which is going to be used for the throne. The Omoba is being guided as it moves in. The Omoba is being guided as it moves in.
Please come to the backstage.
Gradually, you will find the Omoba himself being escorted just as the throne is being escorted. The throne is being guided. The throne is being protected, heavily protected. I can tell you for free that the people guiding the throne are not just ordinary people. They are not. They are people that have been invested with the God Almighty spiritual power and the people ancestor spiritual power, of which anybody from any angle that wants to cause any harm, that wants to cause any problem, that wants to cause any trouble, those people, without being touched by anybody, will find their Waterloo. I can tell you that for free. So you will see what is going on there. Everybody is
Mr. and Mrs. Awaye, Managing Director, Welma Group, MD, Welma Group. We appreciate you immensely. you for your good job.
On his way. You can see him clad in heavy robe, ready for crowning, with a white hat.
Honorable Prince and Mrs. Sonny
White
Omashaye
hat on him. When he's going to be crowned, that white hat will be removed and the crown will be placed. And I can tell you that what is being born by somebody in that red substance there is what is going to signify the highlight, the high point, and the hallmark of the coronation.
We still do not know the name of his title now, do we?
The name of his title cannot be known at this stage. I can tell you, of course, your mother already knows his name. Some few high chiefs already know. But it cannot be divulged until
the song they just rendered was rendered in the Shekiri language. Let's put our hands together for them beautifully. We thank you. Your Majesties, we thank you for your presence. Kabiyesi, we appreciate you.
Announce the throne name. You understand? The person will formally announce the throne name, that this is the throne name of our new Olu of Warri. Olu of Warri is the title. You understand? It is the title that he bears. But he has a throne name. The throne name is not the title. The title is Olu of Warri. And that's why when you have a Erejua II, Atuwase II, Erejua II is the throne name of Erejua II. Erejua II, the Olu of Warri. Atuwase II, the Olu of Warri. These are throne names.
The throne name becomes the name of the Olu, isn't it?
The throne name becomes the name of the Olu, and henceforth, once the throne name is announced, is divulged, automatically is hence hitherto name, which is Shola Emiko, that everybody knows about, becomes extinguished. It is no longer, it can never be addressed as Shola Emiko any longer. It can never be known as Shola Emiko any longer. It can never be called as Shola Emiko any longer. It is now known and addressed as by his throne name, which will be divulged to the public by the most senior person in the family of the man, called Ishekiri, in Kotomi Rigbo, here in Ode Ishekiri.
Pretty interesting. Now, let me quickly ask this about the throne that we saw being carried by a band of some men, you know, traditionally designated and appointed to perform such a task during the coronation ceremony. Now, that particular throne we saw moments ago, you know, in the pictures that are streaming here, did the immediate past Olu of Warri, did he use that same throne, or every Olu of Warri has his own throne?
You will see that every Olu of Warri has their names inscribed on their throne. In fact, nearly all kings, they have their names inscribed on their throne. Like the Oba of Benin, for instance, now, and even the present one now, his throne, they've inscribed on it, Warri II. That's
right.
Beautiful. Based on that analogy, it is clear that there is no Olu that uses the throne that was used by his predecessor at any given time, or by the other ones that were there. You have to come with your own throne, and that's why you pick your name. You pick your name, and you see this procession you see coming from the palace to this very side. Like I told you initially, that the location of this crowning venue is significant, important, relevant to the Shekiri, and valuable to the Shekiri, because it is making people, not just the Shekiris who have not been familiar with this area, to know, but the visitors, the non-Ishekiri, to see that Ishekiri land, or the Ishekiri in particular, is not as small as people used to think. It is even still bigger and wider than what we. This procession you see is from the palace. You know where the palace is? That is from there down to this place. This is the first time. This is the first time in my own living memory that we are having this type of significant procession from the palace to the crowning venue. That we are having this type of mammoth crowd following the Olu from the palace to the crowning venue. That for the first time we are having such aesthetic beauty of decorations all over the place, lining the streets of the community, and people, you find people both on right and left sharing the Olu designate on his way to being crowned as the Olu, the 21st Olu of Warri. That is exactly what we are seeing. And everything you are seeing now is very significant. Everything you are seeing now is very important, very relevant, and very appreciated by most Shekiris. Most Shekiris are seeing this as something of a new dawn for the Shekiri people. A new dawn, a new beginning that will bring in progress, that will bring in joy, that will bring in happiness, that will bring in development of Iwere land at any given time. Because we see the Olu designate as a man of vision. As a man of vision.
He looks quite young, isn't he?
Yes, he looks quite young.
Is he the youngest Olu of Warri that has ever been?
He is not the youngest Olu that has ever been. There was an Olu that was crowned at the age of 18. He was not even married at that time. I can't immediately lay my finger on the name now. He was not married at that time, but he was crowned at the age of 18. And because he was crowned at the age of 18, he did not immediately take up the responsibility of administration, of governance. They appointed a regent to be there for about 2 years. And at about 2 years, when he became 20 in age, he now demanded that he wanted to marry. He wanted to marry, and he said the woman he wants for marriage must be a white woman. And
it looks like the throne is making its way almost to the hall now.
Yes, the throne is now gradually edging into the hall. The Omoba, like I said, like you can also see, is right behind the throne, following the throne. And you can see the crowd still going with them. The throne will go into the hall. They will take it right straight to the position that the throne will be mounted. Right straight to where the throne will be mounted. And the moment the throne is mounted, the Omoba will walk in majestically, as you have seen, walking down, will now go straight to the throne and take his position. We sit on the throne, now waiting for the formal coronation, formal crowning, which of course is just symbolic. The formal crowning of the Olu in public is symbolic. The actual crowning had actually taken place, and that was climaxed by the swearing in of the Omoba at the palace by the most senior man of Okotomiribo. Now the swearing in, because the moment you are sworn in, automatically you step into that office. You become the sitting officer, as it is. And he now becomes the sitting king.
Please clear the aisle.
Although, because formality demands that the crown to be formally placed on him. That is why for now, he cannot be addressed as Ukiami. For now, because of formality that has to be followed, he cannot be addressed as Ukiami until the crown has been placed on him. It is after the crown has been placed on him, you will now hear everybody addressing him as Ogiame, Ogiame, Suo. As at this time now, you can now greet him, kneel down with your two arms spread, both sides, bring it together to your mouth side, and now say Suo. Then you place your forehead on the floor.
Is it true that the people are also under oath?
Like I did say,
to obey the Olu of Warri, the subjects?
There is prosperity in the land, healthy living for all Ishekiri under my reign. That is what he is going to tell them. And if anything, any of you do anything against me, I hand you over to our gods. I hand you over to God Almighty to take care of you. He will not curse them. The Olu will not curse. The Olu will only say, I hand you over to them, to God Almighty and other gods to handle and all that. But he can place a curse that if I do anything against Ishekiri, let it not be good for whatever we are doing. For that reason, you will be very careful in handling affairs of Ishekiri people. Therefore, having taken his own oath under the handling of the most senior man in Okotomiri, the chiefs will now come together. They may have some selected chiefs. It will be all the chiefs that were present. They will now come together and now take oath before him. And the chiefs that have come together to take oath before him are representing the entire Ishekiri nation. Because all the chiefs you see, they all come from different strata of Ishekiri community. They are all representing the different interests in the Ishekiri community. They are all representing the different spiritual powers in the Ishekiri community. So the chiefs will come together and stand before him as the oath officer in this respect, and now take oath of allegiance. Oath of allegiance. Promise that they are going to serve him, worship him, and will not do anything against his interest, will not do anything to make his reign to falter. They will not do anything to make his reign to fail. They will not do anything to disgrace him. They will not do anything to put him into disrepute of any kind. All these are the oaths of allegiance they will take before him after he has taken his own oath to become the Olu. But the moment he takes that oath, like I said, he becomes Olu. And that is why you can see the chiefs now taking the oath before him. As an apple, they are taking their oath before an Olu. Before an Olu, they are now taking oath.
By implication, also in lieu of the other subjects of the kingdom.
Of the kingdom, exactly. Those chiefs are taking those oaths, and they are taking the oath on behalf of other subjects of the kingdom, which we say in lieu. Yes, on behalf of other subjects. Only me, as a proud Shekiri man. Oh yes, because it is not everyone who expects to come and take oath of allegiance. So the chiefs represent everyone of us in our residence. Yes. So you can see what is happening there. The throne has come into the crowning venue, the marquee. They are now making arrangement to place it in the proper position on the dais. They are now moving it to the dais where they are going to place the throne properly. You can see the throne still being moved down all the days where they are going to place it properly. The Omaba, meanwhile, is around, coming, surrounded by the chiefs, some of the princes and princesses. And as a matter of fact, the Iyomoba, which is the mother of the king-elect, to be now, is already in the hall. At least I sighted him in the hall when I went there a moment ago. I sighted him there. I went there to greet him, sighted him there. Went there to greet her. His children, his wife, they are also already in the hall. And the prince and princesses of the kingdom, they are also already well seated in the hall. And we now have the provision for our chiefs, the chiefs of God. Their provision is there, so that as they come in now, they will take their position and sit down according to their seniority. Because the Shekiri respects seniority. The younger chief, no matter your age, that is the position of our tradition. You can see the throne being positioned properly by the throne bearer, whom I call Olu of Warri to Gekete. That thing that you Olu of Warri to Gekete, they are the Omobas that are now bearing the throne, placing it adequately, eminently, and being supervised by some of the princes there as well, to ensure that what is done and what the throne properly positioned. The Omaba himself now moving to take the position on the throne. So you can see all the chiefs still standing, all the female chiefs and the male chiefs. And for your information, the introduction of female chiefs is the kingdom. Started during the era of the regular It was not there before it started. The regular started popularly known as Mama Master. Yes, popularly known as Mama Master. She was the first female chief to be installed as a chief here in Ode Shekiri at the palace. Thereafter,
industry, men of repute, men of timber and caliber. The palace chiefs of the Olu are reputable men, men of extreme achievements, great men in their own rights. The very, very venerable College of Chiefs of the most civilized civilization on the African continent. The Ojoyes.
Array of chiefs here in Warri Kingdom. Chief Ambassador Johnson Amashorolere, the Yashara of Warri Kingdom. Chief Gabriel Awala, you want well.
We ask that all of the Warri present please stand up as our new king is about to enter the hall. All of the Warri, caps off. Even the chiefs are not wearing hats. All of the Warri, hats off, and please stand up for our new king, the 21st Olu of Warri.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, Chief Johnson Amashorolere, the Yashara of Warri Kingdom. Chief Gabriel Awala, the one way of Warri Kingdom. And of course, Chief Yaya Pesu, the Oshama of Warri Kingdom. Ayrubo, Ayrubo. Ojo Alaja de Towishkala and Adagwa Ayrubo.
The ceremonial swords, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we now clear this place for the coronation to take place? Please clear the aisle for the coronation to take place. Please clear the aisle for the coronation to take place. Please clear. The coronation is about to take place. Please clear the aisle. Absolute total silence at this time. Clear the aisle.
Awo Shakiri Dada.
Hey.
Awo Tokbauru Dada.
Hey.
Awo Tokema Dada.
Hey.
Ansu.
Anesu.
Ọmọ bayana tabayana. Anadokpa oyana oyana dede anadokpa. Ojo alada dede to wishikala anadokpa ojo isan. Another quack band today, I report.
Can we please, right now, ladies and gentlemen, your majesties, your excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we invite to the microphone to render the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at this time, one of our most respected Ishekiri recording artists, the pride of Iwereland. Please put your hands together as Omawumi Megbele comes forward to render the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Silence, please. Please, can we be silent at this time for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? We urge all members of the press, especially the cameramen, to observe strict decorum at this time. Please, it is time. Hello. At the count of 3, the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and we will be led in its rendition by Omawumi, pride of Iwereland. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3.
Arise, O come, patriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The
Thank you very much. Please, we may be seated at this time.
Be seated, please. Ashikale keo, ashikale.
Your Royal Majesties, Your Excellencies, my Lord spiritual and temporal, I most respectfully request that you join Omiwere in rejoicing as the one we refer to. Please join us in rejoicing as the one we refer to as Afomasi. The infallible one ascends the throne of our forefathers. We present to you, just before his official coronation, the next Olu of Warri. And at this time, we shall be inviting one of the senior palace chiefs to lead us in an opening prayer.
Mobia tubala woma uboewa, tubala woma wodewewa.
We call on Chief Mene Brown to lead us in an opening prayer.
Please, may we rise as we take the opening prayer by Chief Brown Mene, the Ogolusa of Warri Kingdom. Somewhere there.
May I ask that we please rise as we pray.
Silence, please. Silence. We're about to pray. Silence.
Please.
Come, please let us reverence this moment.
Let's honor the Almighty God as we keep our silence. Our Heavenly Father, we acknowledge you as the King of the universe. We acknowledge before you that in all the eras in the annals of human history, since from creation by you, you have never been absent. You have always been God. You will remain so forever, because from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. This is the day you have given to us, because by your appointment, you made us a Shekiri people. And since 541 years ago, when you gave us the first king, you have ensured that our throne remains. This is what we are continuing today by your grace. We therefore thank you. We worship you. We glorify you. Blessed be your name forever. We believe deeply in our hearts that all that will be done here today has already been done in heaven and is being sanctioned by you. Therefore, it carries your blessing. Therefore, no power, no voice, no power anywhere can hinder what you do. Therefore, it is with confidence that we look at today and into the future, knowing that you have visited us afresh. We give you the glory. We give you the praise. We give you the adoration. Bless all that will be done here today. And let there be a sign from you to further cement what you have done here. And we know it is for the blessing of your people. And as we are blessed, so is Delta State blessed. As Delta State is blessed, so is the Niger Delta blessed. As the Niger Delta is blessed, so is Nigeria blessed. And so is Africa blessed. And so is the whole world blessed. Blessed be your name as we pray in Jesus' name.
Ẹsẹ̀wọ̀dẹ, mo bẹ agbáwọ́ ní ìí. Ó sẹ́ngbà.
Chief Johnson Asheleye JP, the Tashere of Warri, Chairman of Olu Advisory Council, will now give the welcome address and comments. Chief Johnson.
Chief
Johnson.
Ambassador
Asheleye.
Johnson Amashonlere, the Ashere of Warri Kingdom, alias Uji, will speak to us.
Your Excellency, sir, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFRO, President and Commander-in-Chief of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, sir, the Governor of Delta State, Governor of Edo State, Governor of Lagos State, Governor of Kebbi State, and other governors here present and represented. Your Majesty, sir, the Olu of Warri, in just a couple of minutes from now, and like in my loyal friends will say, equity considered that is done which ought to be done. Ogiame, I am happy to be the first person to officially hail Your Majesty as such, giving me a rare privilege that will be read in our history books long after I have played my part and left at the right time. Portion to me. by God. I greet you. Afomasi, Ogbowuru, Ijenek Posodada. I equally greet our amiable regent. I greet our amiable regent, Prince Emmanuel Okochebo, and all members of Ginowa Ruling House. I greet the majesties, the Oni of Ife, the Oba of Benin, the Sultan of Sokoto, the Dane of Agbo, the Deji of Akure, the Luo of Owo, all our traditional rulers from Ode, all the kings of respective kingdoms and traditional rulers here present. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, time is not on my side to read my speech, but I have the advice to summarize my speech. Let me go straight to the business of the day. We have come to that moment when we shall crown the 21st Olu of Warri, one of the youngest in the history, to sit on the throne, and especially bringing with him the much required useful energy, zeal, and capacity. As we shall soon find out, His Majesty is well traveled and was certainly prepared for this calling to assume this demanding task. Kindly envelope our Majesty in your prayers for long life and prosperity. Let me use this opportunity to call on one of the finest chiefs in the kingdom. He is very rich in the custom and tradition. Permit me to call Chief Gabriel Awala, the Olu of Warri Kingdom, to come and do the traditional crowning ceremony. Olu, please.
Oreku, Chief Gabriel Awala, the Olu of Warri Kingdom, a justice of peace. Oreku,
to come and
Osangwa, Ekoruwa, Wadela from Bobo. Unfortunate. Amasu. Awo Shakiri Dede.
Shakiri Dede Mokanga o. Omiwere Dede Mokanga o. Omiwere Dede Mokanga o. Eye Ekoruwe. Ishakiri. Ọjọ́ ní wéwé òṣèmúṣírẹ́ gbídàgbà jẹ́ kòrówé lórí ọmọọba prince ìṣẹ́wọ̀lì ẹ̀míkò ìṣẹ́ṣọlá ẹ̀míkò ọjọ́ ní wéwé tó ṣẹ̀múṣíwéwé lágbára wọn mo wá fẹ́ jẹ́ kòrónúwé bókọ́ ọ̀dẹ́mi déhùn. Shakiri Dede Mokanga o. Shakiri Dede Mokanga o. Shakiri Dede Mokanga o. Ọjọ́ ni wé ẹnẹfẹ́ jó kẹrù rẹ̀ Lórúkọ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ Ṣọlá Ẹ̀míkò lọ́jọ́ ní wéwé. Ṣẹ́kìrì Dẹ́mi Déhùn. Ṣẹ́kìrì Dèdè mo kí ara o. Ṣẹ́kìrì Dèdè mo kí ara o. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kó rẹ̀. Mo fẹ́ dèrè o. Ọmọba. Ọmọba. Ọmọba.
Ogiame. Ogbonra Formas. Ijele Koso Dada. Ewo Ishakiri Dede. Ewo Togiame Dede. Ogiame Yene Dabe Yene. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me stand on the existing protocol. I want to officially announce to a Ishakiri nation, to the whole world, the title of our 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. His title is Atuwashe III.
For the chiefs to pay homage to Ogiame Atuwashe III, the Olu of Warri. Let's allow the chiefs to pay homage to him. After which, we will take the allowing to honor His Majesty Ogiame Atuwashe III, the Olu of Warri, the area of Chief Ambassador Johnson Amashewulere. After the homage paying by Olu of Warri chiefs, we will now take the Ishakiri anthem, after which we will take goodwill messages from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ovie Omagege. Ajotun Ojoye Bire Enebe Ire Wino. Ojoye Bire Ire Wino. And Lefowake o. Chief Mrs. Rita Lori Ogbebo, the Igba of Warri Kingdom, Urojowo. Chief Madam Rolly Orishajafo, the Iyeloma Eta of Warri Kingdom, Ogbodu Yawa, Chief Mrs. Dr. Ajuya Erubo, Chief Mercy Oloru, and Ake. Amakikuro and Agbi Aralorire Ire winner. Wait first. Alorire first. Alorire. No. Ayoma Otolu Princess Samilata Ogene. Please, may we rise as we take the Shakiri anthem immediately after the homage paying by female chiefs. Wait, may they take the anthem? Era. Ajoreke.
Alorire afamasi oluromio ibaboge ara alorire afamasi oluromi ibaboge ìràwọ̀ gbàgbà mi jẹ́ mo rí pẹ́ jíwẹ́rẹ́ ìràwọ̀ gbàgbà mi mọ́ mo rí kwarakworo ara alórire àfọ̀másì olúromi. ìràwọ̀ gbàgbà mi jẹ́ mo rí gbẹ́jí wẹ́rẹ́ ìràwọ̀ sì gbà mí jẹ́ mo rí kwarakworo ara lórire àfọ̀másì olúromi. Aweno kie okiame so wawajeto.
Guinea, the first ruling house, to pay homage, after which we shall take goodwill messages from our August visitors. And a doctor, Ayojoye, and Lefowake. Amaya show, Amakikuru, Amaya she, and a doctor. Prince Barrister Ero Emiko, your attention is needed, please. We shall take goodwill messages immediately. Mobe Amakikura Mayashi. At the terrain, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, don't for terror. Ayojoye Makikuro. President, Ekpali Nigeria, our benefit for Kelegwe. Please, let's clear the eyes for us to take goodwill messages.
Torrent, Babagi to which podium we go you. Mobile and Charlotte. It's way builder. We now to our notion of Babagi down the Charlotte. Stage you will not gene. Mobile. Oh, Gamma, give them Gigman down the Charlotte.
We want to take good message from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Ofe Omagege, Deputy Senate President of National Assembly. Please, Ajarotu, Your Excellency, please. Please.
Can we please make way for the Deputy Senate President representing the President to give the goodwill address from His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Thank you.
Please, we suspend the
homage playing.
Please, we suspend the homage playing for the speech of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably delivered by the Deputy Senate President.
Please,
Senator
let's observe
Ogie.
a pin drop silence. Let's observe a pin drop silence. Shakiri de Nebe, Ajarikpa. Ajarikpa. He's with him, he's with him now.
Hello.
Ogiame, so. Hey. Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the Honorable Idris Wase, and other members of the National Assembly here present, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, the Governor of Delta State, herein represented, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, the Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibu, the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Productivity, Mr. Festus Keyamo SAN, Your Majesty, the Oni of Ife, Your Majesty, the Olu of Warri, Atueshe III, Olu of Warri Kingdom, other Royal Highnesses herein present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Royal Highness, Your Royal Majesty, I am here wearing two caps today. The first is at the head of the delegation of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the membership of that delegation, led by myself, is His Excellency, the Governor of Kebbi State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, and the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Employment, and Productivity. I'm also here wearing a different cap, that is one of your own. But let me first carry out my official assignment representing Mr. President. Because of the exigencies of the moment and time, I won't take too much. I want to do justice to the message Mr. President has sent. I will therefore go directly to read it. Your Royal Highness, the Olu of Warri Kingdom, congratulations on coronation as the 21st Olu of Warri. I am delighted to join millions of Nigerians to felicitate with your Royal Highness on your ascension to the exalted throne of the Warri Kingdom as the 21st Olu of Warri Kingdom. Based on tradition and ancient virtues, your ascension to the throne has been ordained by the Almighty God. Your Royal Highness, as the youngest ever Olu of Warri, you are certainly a monarch of these times. As a well-educated and successful entrepreneur with considerable national and international work experience, your Royal Highness is blessed with the wisdom and vision to look back and fully embrace centuries-old practices, even as you look forward to the modern future with the persevere of this generation. I am certain that as a monarch, with the traditional will to continue the noble 500-year tradition of this kingdom, your reign will witness improved peace, progress, and development of your people and the nation. Please accept, Your Royal Highness, my congratulations and personal wishes and kind regards. Yours sincerely, Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Majesty, I also indicated that I wear a second cap, and that is as one of your own and one of your subjects. Therefore, I want to join Mr. President, I want to join the entire people, the chiefs, the entire people of the Shekiri nation, and indeed, the people that I represent in the National Assembly, the people of the Delta Central District, and indeed, the entire people of Delta State, to congratulate you on this major milestone in your life and in the life of the Warri Kingdom. Your Majesty, I want to let you know something. Even though I represent Delta Central District, as you ascend this throne today, I want you to also know you also have another senator representing you in the National Assembly. From time to time, I will call upon you for advice and to find out what your kingdom needs. Anything that we need to do to make your reign successful, Your Majesty, you can count on me. Once again, Your Majesty, from the depth of my heart, I say, congratulations. Congratulations. Ogiame, so.
Please, let's put our hands together for him beautifully. Ogiame, Afoshe, Afawara Shewere. We are inviting the government of Delta State.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we earlier acknowledged the presence of Olu of Warri, who also happens to be the co-chairman of the National Council of Traditional Rulers in Nigeria. As you ascend the throne today, Your Majesty, His Majesty, the Olu of Warri, Oni of Ife, Oba Ogunwusi Ojaja II, would like to formally welcome you into the club of traditional rulers, first-class rulers in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Olu of Warri, the Oni of Ife, Oba Ogunwusi Ojaja II.
Your Majesty, Atunwashe III, a very dynamic lover of his people. I thank God Almighty for today. It's indeed a red letter day in the entire Ishakiri kingdom. From the throne of Oduduwa, we are very happy and very excited for this moment. The 21st of this month of August, you are the 21st Olu. You can feel the energy in the air in the Ishakiri kingdom. You are loved by your people. You are loved by your people. You are indeed loved by your people. I want to appeal to you. You are the father of the entire Ishakiri kingdom now. You are the father to the good. You are the father to the bad. And you are the father to the ugly. You have to embrace the entire kingdom of Warri people. Extend the hand of fellowship to all and sundry. Make sure that your leadership is a fatherly leadership. And I want to thank all the chiefs of the entire Warri kingdom for their support, for their dedication, and to uphold the heritage of the entire Warri people. We are very happy. I am particularly happy because we have a very charismatic king, a very handsome king, a very adorable king that God has actually bestowed on the entire Warri people. And we are all here to rejoice with you and your amiable queen for today. God Almighty and the spirit of our ancestors will continue to guide you, guard you, and lead you right in all the decisions you will be making on this throne of your forebears. We love and we appreciate and we will work with you as the co-chairman of the National Traditional Rulers Council of our dear country. Please be rest assured that we are one as one of our own, as a first-class traditional ruler from Delta State. We are very proud of you. Congratulations. God bless you and God bless the entire Warri kingdom. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much, the first son of Oduduwa. We appreciate you. Kabiesio. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to call on the representative of the Oba of Benin to please come and give his goodwill message on behalf of Oba Nedo Ukwa Kolokpolo, Oba Ewore II, the Oba of Benin, to please come and give his goodwill message on behalf of the Oba. After which, we call on the governor of Delta State to come and give his goodwill message. Kabesi, we thank you once more. Please give way for the Oba's rep.
Oba Katokpere.
Oba Katokpere. Ayerubo. Where say?
Abba talk me. Omonoba nado. Uku akpolokpolo. Erogie. Echame. Echame. Ne. I wear yoga ne. Okay, do. Anamunu. Nori Tony. Omonoba nado uku akpolokpolo. I wear a nuko giver. Ogidi gan. Ọba no salobo ayazi hegbe yagbon. Owu orin ehie. Owekete nu hie dene na. Wa towo, wa pewo. Emi na gbon hia. Neni ka o me hia fe. Asu fo. Aboluanu gbaloge kadene na pa toba mi rozia wa gun agun ya ga ho wa gun ope agun o ga ho wa gun ogun o ga ho rena tana eri o ga ye oba ga to pere.
Just to summarize what the Benin chief said, Atuwase the third, the Chekiri chiefs, the Oni of Ife, all other kings, were sent by the king of Benin Kingdom, Olu of Warri II. We all know the history between the Chekiris, the Olu of Warri, and the Benin Kingdom. In fact, this ceremony started since Thursday, when the Chekiri chiefs formally came to remind the Oba of Benin of today's event. We all know what happened there, where our Omonoba prayed in the inner chambers. In the inner chambers of the palace. Omonoba says, you are going to live long. Atuwase the third. Omonoba says, your tenure, your reign shall be peaceful. Omonoba says, yes, the Chekiris have had Olus, but this Olu we have now will be the best. We'll be the richest. We'll be the most educated. We'll be the most successful in life. Omonoba wishes you very well. Also to your queen, our daughter, may you live long. On this note, Atuwase the third, we congratulate you. The Benin ancestors congratulate you. The Benin people congratulate you. Where the Benis and the Chekiris are one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the delegates of Omonoba Nado Kwakwalokpolo, Oba Ewara II, Oba of Benin. Please, we are very sorry. We must apologize immensely to the
delegation from the federal government, led by the Deputy Senate President and the entourage, which included His Excellency Governor Atiku Bagudu, who has come here also in his capacity as a dear friend of His Majesty's father-in-law. And he claims that our Olori is to be regarded as one of his own. So we thank you, Your Excellency, Governor Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State.
All right, thank you very much. Please, quickly, we must apologize. We are not trying to breach protocol, but for the fact of, for time factor, permit me now to call on the governor of Delta State, His Excellency Okowa, ably represented by Honorable Festus Agas, Right Honorable Festus Agas, Chief of Staff, Government House, Asaba. We beg of you, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we invite the representative of the executive governor. Can we please be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the representative of the executive governor of Delta State.
Ordinarily, I would have adopted the protocols as stated by the Deputy Senate President. But for purpose of emphasis, clarification, and education, permit me to go by way of protocol. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, my brother, my friend, Senator Ovie Emo Agege. Members of the National Assembly here present, particularly the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Edo State, members of the Delta State House of Assembly, honorable commissioners, distinguished chiefs, illustrious Ishekiri daughters and sons, I bring you greetings from the Governor of Delta State, Senator Dr. Ato Ifeanyi Okowa. His Excellency would have loved to be here today, but for other commitments. As a matter of fact, he is celebrating the death, the celebration of life of his late father, Papa Okowa, in Owa Alero. Otherwise, he would have been here. But having said that, I want to, on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, and the entire people of the state, congratulate His Royal Majesty, Atuwashe III, the Olu of Warri. I equally want to commend the Shekiri people, sons and daughters of Shekiri land, for a hitch-free coronation ceremony. And I say that deliberately. I commend you for the grandeur. I commend you for the cultural display. As a government, we did not expect anything less from the Shekiri people. The Shekiri people are well-focused, organized, and a united people. They are richly endowed with both natural and human resources. Once those resources are well coordinated, they can move mountains. Therefore, as a government, we are not surprised with what we are seeing here today. Having said that, it is not to organize a colorful coronation today. I wish to call on all well-meaning Shekiri sons and daughters to please cooperate with, work with, partner with His Royal Majesty, the Olu of Warri. We have talked about endowment. It's only when you work together, when they are well coordinated, that His Royal Majesty and the entire Shekiri people can be taken to the next level. Therefore, irrespective of your political coloration, social coloration, religious correlation, in the name of God, I appeal to all the Shekiris to work with our digital, IT compliant Olu of Warri. As a government, we hold the traditional institutions in very, very high esteem. We hold them in high esteem. These past 6 years, we have achieved a lot, but I make bold to state here that without the active support and cooperation of our traditional institutions, particularly the Olu of Warri and others, we wouldn't have achieved all this. Therefore, as a government, the governor has directed me to inform His Royal Majesty that we will continue to partner with you. We continue to execute policies. We continue to execute programs that will be mutually beneficial to the Shekiri people, to Delta State, and to Nigeria. Once again, I say congratulations. Ogiame, may you live long. May your reign be long. May your reign bring peace. May your reign bring progress. May your reign bring prosperity to Iwere land. All this I pray in Jesus' name.
Ogiame, Afawere Shewere. Once more, we greet humbly the King Jaja of Opobo. We appreciate you, the Emir of Kano. We thank you so very much. And of course, Olori Atuwashe II. Mommy, we appreciate you.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Comrade Philip Schreibu, wishes to come and greet the 21st Olu of Warri Atuwashe III. The Deputy Governor is indeed a man of culture. He paid obeisance to our new king. Long live Edo State. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Majesties, Your Excellencies, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, I most respectfully request that you join Omiwere in rejoicing as the one we refer to as Afomasi, the infallible one, ascends the ancient throne of his forefathers. We present to you at this time to deliver His Majesty's address from the throne, the 21st Olu of Warri, the Ogiame, the sovereign of the Ishekiri people and nation. Please put your hands together for our very own Atuwashe III, Olu of Warri and sovereign of all Iwere land.
Ogiam, Afomasi, Agiwa Chewe, Afoche, Ekun Pegede Osan, Ashobaromi Shobaroke, Ogiame, Ogbouru, Odiname.
So, Baba, please, let's observe a pin drop silence. I repeat, let's observe a pin drop silence as His Majesty gives his speech from the throne. Omiwere Dede and Ebe, Ajade Rikpa, Baba Febenefo, Ajamokian Dede. Ajadarikpa. Silence, please. Silence.
Is worthy of our praise. No man on earth should give glory to the glory and the honor. Lord, I lift my hands in worship as I bless your holy name. You deserve the glory and the honor. Lord, I lift my hands in worship as I bless your holy name. For you are great, you do miracles so great. There is no one else like you. There is no one else like you. You are God from beginning to and now. Reign, Jesus, reign. Reign, Jesus, reign. You're the King of Warri. Whereas lion reign, Jesus reign. So take the stage, Lord, and have your way. I'm just a vessel and nothing more. And when you're done, please take the glory. I'm satisfied. Shekiri Dede Mokiao. You will all pardon me. I am about to stand, and I know the protocol is when I do, you all stand. But please remain seated. And Shikale. In the name of the Most High God, we warmly welcome you to this Most High God, we warmly welcome you all to this distinctly notable day in the annals of our rich heritage and noble ancestry, as proud inheritors of the unique essence that has come to define our Iwere kingdom. We would like to especially welcome His Excellency President Muhammad Buhari, who is here represented by the Deputy Senate President. We recognize the distinguished presence of the Governor of Kebbi State, the representative, my apologies, the representative of the Governor of Delta State, and other traditional rulers present. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding any further, we would like to thank Almighty God for the life and reign of our predecessor and most illustrious uncle, His Majesty Ogiame Ikenwuni. In the course of his relatively brief reign, he was wholeheartedly committed to the cause of the sustained peace, growth, and development of Iwere Kingdom. His place of pride is definitely assured in the pantheon of Ishekiri monarchs and in the hearts and minds of all Ishekiri sons and daughters. May he continue to rest with the Lord. Fellow Ishekiri, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that our ancestors are at this moment smiling down on us, filled with pride and joy as they see us ready and braced for the journey towards repositioning our dear Iwere Kingdom within the prevailing reality of today's Nigeria and the world at large. It is our prayer that in the end, we will be true, worthy inheritors of their great sacrifice and faith in a strong, progressive, united Iwere Kingdom. We must express our profound gratitude to the proud Ishekiri sons and daughters who stood up to be counted when it appeared that the foundation of our collective patrimony was under threat. While it is not expedient to mention them on this occasion, Chief Johnson, Chief Gabriel Awala, Chief Brown Mene, Chief Roland Orishajafo, Chief C.D. Ikomi, Chief Edwin Ole, Chief Robinson Ariyo, and Chief Eugene Ikomi need to be specially recognized. Dr. Gidigbo. Interestingly, just before this precious curious moment in time, which has brought us to where we are today, that age-long tendency that has always sought to distort and abort our greatness wanted to rear its ugly head in an attempt to truncate our glory and restoration to our original God-given identity. Our kingdom has experienced an unfortunate interregnum in our history that lasted for 88 years. But because the Almighty God had reserved the importance that Ishekiri would be to the formation and the greatness of what would be a successful Nigeria, a force beyond all human reckoning and comprehension did the impossible and brought back this exalted throne, and with it, a king, Olu Ginowa II, to be witness to the beginning of a process of what would be an independent Nigeria. This time, however, God did not just intervene to truncate any disruptive plots. He ensured that the Ishekiri nation stood united and all Nigeria rallied behind the Shekiri to ensure that there was no division. We aver before you all today that we are not and were never offended at any point in time during the process that culminated in this day that has seen me ascend to the throne of my fathers. This is, in every ramification, a very special day. One that has been predestined and divinely ordained by the Most High God. He and He alone could have determined that 3 months after our Idanike began in May, our coronation will take place today, the only Saturday in this year 2021 that occurs as the 21st day of the month. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this unique August day is truly a day of the Almighty God's divine visitation to Iwere Kingdom. It is not just a divine visitation, it heralds a divine habitation. There is no part of this that has been of my own doing. It was and remains God's divine project. And as a result, the mischief that some had intended, God has used it for good. Our Yoruba brothers have an expression: when the palace of the king burns down, it is because a more beautiful one wants to be erected in its place. The taboo that was done by the desecration of our most prized crown jewels made a way for a more beautiful one, fashioned by our own royal person, while staying true to the inspiration of the one that came from Portugal way back in the 17th century. Before then, however, Olu I brought a coral beaded crown from the source in Benin, and that crown adorned the heads of the first 6 Olus. Olu Atuwashe I brought a pair of silver crowns that would adorn the heads of the next 14 Olus. By the special grace of God, we have the privilege to introduce a new pair of gold and silver crowns to the already rich and beautiful history of the attire of the Olu of Warri. And as the progression of our crown is symbolic for all to see, from coral to silver and now to gold, so shall there be a spiritual, physical, social, and economic manifestation of the progress of our kingdom and our people. While not seeking to reopen old wounds, it is pertinent to recall the fact that following the grave injustice meted out to Olu Erejiwa II, he visited His Royal Majesty Oba Akenzuwa II of Benin and recounted his ordeal. In a reaction, a curse was placed on the land by both of them. It is not recorded that Olu Erejiwa II reversed the curse over the land. Neither is it recorded that Oba Akenzuwa II did the same. Most probably, the issue was never revisited. As a firm believer in the intricate interconnectedness between the spiritual and the manifestation in the physical, it is our firm belief that the matter needs to be addressed. Today, in our capacity as Olu, we hereby avow as the spiritual, cultural, political, and traditional ruler of this land. I, Ogiame Atuwashe III, the 21st Olu of Warri, the first son of Olu Atuwashe II, the grandson and direct descendant of Olu Erejiwa II, who was offended on this throne, I hereby reverse the curse placed over this land. In its place, I release forgiveness and healing to the federal government of Nigeria, whose might was used to propagate that offense. And I decree unprecedented and uncommon peace, prosperity, progress, development upon this land. I bring down the government of heaven onto this land, and I direct it to flow as a force that can neither be sabotaged, slowed, nor stopped. It goes out as a strong ripple effect emanating from this kingdom to the rest of the Niger Delta, to the rest of the Nigerian nation, and even the African continent. Africa has always been shaped as a gun, with Nigeria as its trigger. Today, that gun has been fired, and full restoration comes out of the barrel. This land begins to yield its riches to us. All that has been hidden hitherto comes to the surface, and the world shall marvel as to how we have defied projected economic trends. And this time around, we shall be the ones to chart the course of our own destiny. And now, as the Shekiri is restored to its original identity as one of blessing, we decree, because Ishekiri is blessed, Nigeria is blessed. Because Ishekiri is blessed, Africa is blessed. And now that the foundation has been addressed, it's time to put out a clarion call. We therefore call upon and welcome back all sons and daughters of Iwere Kingdom that are dispersed in the diaspora, in Nigeria, the rest of Africa, and all over the world. All sons and daughters of Iwere Kingdom who identify as Ishekiri by your father, your mother, your grandfather, your grandmother. We welcome you all. Come with your capacity, your expertise, your networks, your ideas and resources to join us in repositioning this kingdom. We also invite our well-wishers and admirers who count it all joy to be identified and associated with us, either by marriage, business ties, or residence. We extend specially towards our neighbors, our Ijaw, Urobo, and Ilaje neighbors, a hand of invitation to peace and development, as it is not our desire to prosper in isolation. We desire that our neighbors prosper also. We recognize that the peace and prosperity is a shared one, built on righteousness and justice, which is the motto of this our reign and the foundation upon which God's throne is built. At this point, we make bold to say that our emergence is not simply the filling of a role. We will be redefining the essence of the throne of the Olu of Warri. While we have every intention to lead as led by the Lord himself, we implore all of us to work together and renew our minds and our way of thinking so that nothing, especially internally, hinders us from getting to our desired glorious destination. We should be ready to let go of the old ways that have not encouraged us to advance and not allow sentiment to keep us bound. to launch this new renaissance today, you would have noticed the crests that have been released. We have taken time, based on the information available, to rebrand our forebears in such a way that they define their own unique identity, reign, and destiny. As a people so proud of their royal heritage, it is our expectation that in these 20 crests, we will be able to further add to the pride and richness of our historical and cultural identity. At this juncture, I want to speak directly to the youths of not just the Warri Kingdom, but the entire Niger Delta. We have heard the narrative several times as to how the Niger Delta is blessed in terms of resources. The truth, however, we must look beyond oil and gas and channel our energy in the right direction towards endeavors that will result in added value across the board. What we have is our culture and our identity, and we must use this as an instrument to influence the mind of our youth for their own development in ways that are completely devoid of partisan politics. We will look to honor our women. We will encourage them, build them up, and support them in realizing their inestimable potentials. And as we do this, we will also see the multiplier effect in the collective development of our people. We will ensure that our women, both old and young, are honored and respected, not only by word, but in actual cultural practice. We will look to actively seek the opinion and counsel of our women and opportunities that avail themselves to the Ishekiri nation will be used to empower our women to enable them to contribute their substance to the growth and development of Ishekiri nation. So I say to our women today, you will no longer be invisible. I want to begin by formally honoring the two most important women in my life today. Interestingly enough, as God has ordained, one is a beautiful young lady of Edo heritage, and the other is a gracious woman of Yoruba heritage. One addresses the past, while the other addresses the present as well as the future. But as we have come to understand, time is a river. Things are intertwined, just like the complicated fabric that is the Ishekiri nation. By the special grace of God, I am the first Olu of Warri in well over 2 centuries, whose mother is alive and well to witness him sit on the throne. In the same time span, even longer, I am the first eldest son of an Olu to ascend the throne. None of these are taken for granted. It is the perfect will and purpose of the Almighty God to make it so. Where we have unofficially addressed the mother of the Olu as Iolu, simply because she happened to be his mother, I hereby officially and formally bestow the honor on my mother. You shall no longer be referred to as Olori Atowashe II, but Iolu Atowashe III. And blessed are you among mothers in the earth. Inevitably, in addressing the present and future, we cannot but consider where we are coming from. Since the arrival of Prince Ginowa from Benin, it is not on record that any Olu has married a Benin woman, nor has any Olu been on record to have been born of a Benin woman. I distinguish between Benin and Edo for obvious reasons. Yet again, I stand before you as the first Olu in 5 centuries to be married to a Benin woman. In many ways, it's as though today this monarchy has come full circle. And on this note, let me share a personal story of my recently departed father-in-law, Captain Idahusa Okumbo. He was witness to a prophetic word, and he himself, unbeknownst to him, played the role of a prophet. Raised by his grandmother in his much younger years, she would say out loud after a long, tedious day, "The suffering is too much. In my next life, I will come back and be inside the palace." On the day we paid the bride price in Benin, my father-in-law said to me as he finally placed his daughter into my hands, "I named her Aiviere Winoya." Roughly translated, you don't abuse precious beads. Ivie belongs to the palace, and I am entrusting her into your palace. The words of his grandmother, and indeed his own words, were inspired and honored by heaven. And today, the full manifestation has come to pass. To my beautiful, loving, and supportive wife, I hereby officially and formally bestow the honor upon you. You shall no longer be referred to as Princess Ivie Emiko, but as Olori Atoashe III. And long may we both reign. As glorious as today is, our future is even more glorious because we have the blessing and backing of the Almighty God. And with this backing comes boundaries. Whatever knowledge in form of our centuries-old heritage, or whatever resource in form of our abundant natural and mineral wealth that God has given us, we will neither boast in nor depend on them. Rather, we will depend on God himself, who has given us these things. And it is in doing what God says to us, how we follow his instructions, that we will move mightily in dominion, power, and authority. And upon this revelation shall the bedrock and cornerstone of our reign. The earth belongs to God. This throne belongs to God. This king belongs to God. And so we boldly declare that the kingdom of Warri has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. I thank you all for coming to celebrate with us this day and wish you Godspeed as you return to your various destinations. God bless Iwereland. God bless all our neighbors. God bless Delta State. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Dosaba.
Nobody responded. Are you the owner? And that is Delta State House of Assembly members Fred Martins of Warri North, Honorable Dr. Austin Uroye of Warri South Constituency 1, Honorable Dr. Michael Tibi, Chairman, Warri South Local Government Council, Honorable Gibson Omashuli, Honorable Commissioner representing Shakiri Ekin Nationality, and Honorable Dr. Ambassador Hope George, Senior Special Special Assistant to the Governor of Delta State on Development. We welcome you. We shall take vote of thanks by Chief Yaya Basu, the Ashama of Warri Kingdom. Please, let's take the vote of thanks immediately. Please be seated. Be seated as we take the vote of thanks. God bless you. We appreciate you. King Jaja of Opobo, we thank you. The Emir of Kano, we appreciate you immensely. After by Chief Yaya Pesu. We now take a closing prayer by the royal choir. Thank you very much, the choir. And I don't the choir, please, dance. Dance. Let's take the prayers, please. Closing prayer. Alova. 2 minutes.
Let us pray. Thank you, choir. Closing prayers by Chief Sidi Komi. Let us pray. Father, we are truly grateful that this day has come. You have brought us to this place. May goodness continue to be with everyone. Even as everyone has come in here and arrived safely, Father, we plead that as they go, they will go safely back to their various homes. We will not hear any untoward events. May goodness continue to come our way because we've asked all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so very much. His Imperial Majesty Abba Ojidade Badekashi Ogwoye III, the Olu of Warri, and of course the paramount ruler of our land. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate you. And subsequently, we beg of you to be visiting us. Commodore Nesiama, retired but not tired, the Chairman Security Committee, is now coming to pay his homage. Commodore Nesiama, we welcome you. Commodore Nesiama is the chairman. Mr. John Odaro, chairman, Westminster Security. Okiame, Afoshe, Afawera Shewere, Suo Baba, Ashayama Swaso. Oh, you are. We thank our chiefs. Please, sound engineer, Barrister Oriaki, we appreciate your presence. Honorable Solomon Miki, the Vice Chairman, Warri North Local Government Council, we welcome you. We welcome you, Honorable Koroloko. Victor Nebra, please come to where the throne is. Victor Nebra Jr., come to princes and princesses who appreciate you.